Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Helix Recruiting Showcase in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Alongside Zombie Xander, my name is Bearlight, and we're hyped for some Valorant today. The winner of this tournament, it serves as a qualifier for PAX tomorrow. The PAX Showcase at PAX Arena is going to happen tomorrow at 10:30, but first, you got to get there. And tonight, Zombie Xander, we have a lot of great Valorant action for you.
That's right. Today serves as a qualifier to get into that, and it's great because PAX is right up the road, so these players, you know, if they end up winning, they get a chance to go to PAX for free and compete on a bigger stage for an even bigger sum of money. So it's going to be really awesome.
And this is the first time that with Stay Plugged In, we're doing double elimination tournament to get there. So that means multiple chances here. If you don't win the first one, you have a second chance, a second life, if you will. Love that. So double elimination bracket to get there. And once we get to the winner's final, it'll be a best of 3. So that'll really test these players here, not only in that sense, but Xander, it's been a while since we've been on LAN for Valorant. Well, of course, you were there at CVCC, so a long time since I've been there. So Xander, give a little bit of a rundown, maybe 30 seconds, a minute, to kind of sum up what CVC was all about and how that went from a Valorant standpoint, if you will.
I mean, it was a fantastic event to start at a community college that we went up there and held a three different game LAN, and it turned out to be an amazing time. The competition was fierce. We had a bunch of people that play consistently in our Road to Radiant, which is our weekly online event for $100 every single week. And we had a couple of people show up there, and it was, I mean, it went the distance for sure.
No doubt. That's awesome to hear. And same thing will apply here at Helix. Is you might even hear in the background, I don't know about our microphones are pretty stout here, but they're already getting excited about their matchups. Of course, you want to get off to a strong start, and that's where we'll start, is in the upper semifinals matchups. 2 matchups going on right now. Off stream here, we have at 2Z Val, and they're going to be facing off with Team Knights. At 2Z Val, the number 1 seed, facing off with Knights, the number 4. So we'll get you into the 2nd and 3rd seeds here to start it off. It'll be Minutemen facing off with Baroon Bonkies, I believe.
Baroon Bonkies. What a silly name, and I love it.
I think it's supposed to be Bunkies, but we're going with Bonkies.
Bonkies.
It's like monkeys, but
yeah, more fun to say.
Exactly right. So we're gonna hop into that shortly, and let's go ahead and go over the map and the starting sites as well. The map bans have been taken place rather, and we'll be at Haven for this one. And Haven, the only map in Valorant, of course, with the 3 spike sites. So
area orb to fade away.
Well, hey,
well. So, dismissed. You could have used
let's start there. Minutemen facing off with Baroon, as now we get the mic going a little bit better. So we appreciate you as we kind of figure out the technical difficulties that'll always happen with early in an event. So here we go. Baroon's facing off with Minutemen. Minutemen will be on defense to start here on this Haven map. And to begin things here, we'll kick things off in a 0-0 standpoint, and a little bit of patience here from the attack as they will start things off and try and get an aggressive defense. So sometimes on LAN, you know, you'll see these players jump out to an aggressive start, right? The defense will just pop out, especially on Haven when there's so many ways that you can attack from on the defensive side that you really want to just kind of hang back as an attack, feel out where the defense is going to be, where they're going to have their lineups, where are they going to be set up over time, and so that's where we'll kind of keep an eye out during this matchup here.
And something to note here, Bear, this is the first round of a LAN, the first round of a first game of a LAN. This is all about trying to feel out the other team and see, you know, how they're going to be playing a little bit. And we already have the defenders coming out here and taking that first victory, and that's a nice way to start. Always getting that first round underneath your belt, and you know, really kind of setting the tone for how you want to approach the rest of the game. Because honestly, the first round can really kind of set the tone for how your team is communicating, how your team is reacting to the movements of the other squad, and there's a lot of jitters, a lot of first-round jitters.
Yeah, absolutely. And who do you look for in those situations? No other than the captain for Minutemen. It's Afakwa, able to get that 3K there at the very end to get that pistol round and move into the 2nd round here with a good econ. And so the attack will look to get back to Baroon. Bonkies, of course, you know, playing that patient style like I mentioned before, will try and elect to go a different route. All 5 cracking the field now. And so they'll have it to the sides, but Hey Skyler was there and took like 2 of them. And then taken out with but they returned, and now it'll be all up to Dean, and he's going to be taken out by no other than, who did I call out? Afakwa again. And they'll go up to that 2-0 lead. Econ really pumping for this team now.
Oh my gosh, and the players in this place are absolutely going crazy on defense. They're yelling, hooting, hollering. I mean, this is what a LAN is all about. The energy in the room, everybody can feel it.
Exactly, especially when you have $600 on the line for first place, $400 on the line for second place right off the bat. That doesn't even include the fact that the winners will compete at PAX tomorrow for a $7,500 prize pool as well. So I would be excited too, and these kids look to kick it off in the right fashion. So Minimin up to that 2-0 start, and again, the attack had to be a little bit more conservative last time, as rushing all through B, not exactly the route you want to take, although it does make it difficult for the defense to crash on B when you only have realistically 2 places to come from, unless you have a hard flank going, which it's so hard to tell at that point. But the defense handled it well in round 2, and we'll continue to build off of that here as we move into this round number 3. And a bit of a default here as you see 2 up mid, and you have 1 peeking at C as well, but really being patient in the process. You need some service is going to look to throw out the paranoia and try to catch them in at just outside of garage. Off a claw, they just don't know that he's lurking, waiting, knowing that they're going to pop through at some point. He's going to take advantage of this, but we didn't really go over the comp here as well, Xander, as far as the agents go, and Jet and Omen taking for both sides, which is no surprise here, as Omen with this quick rotates around that defensive side. So, of course, you see that as well. A Chamber on one side as well. Soba is a
30 seconds left.
Typical agent as well. Down to 27 seconds left in this one. Still no real moves here from the attack.
Oh, this could be a great rotation, though, but it could get caught out. And that's going to be 2 down. Needs some service. Taken down 1-2. Finally taken down by Soldier Chicken. And that's a 3-piece from Benji. And still down just to a 1v2.
Spike planted.
I would argue that he needs some service. He's probably going to land one really shot, especially the rated level. But regardless, the attack will get one on the board. That was so important here, Xander, as they went all out on a full buy, basically a force buy there in order to win that one. Because, worst case scenario, you're back where you started at 3-0, just 1 extra round loss. Instead, you're going to go all forwards, and you need to get that round win. And that's what they did.
And what a gamble that was. It almost turned disastrous as they started pushing through, and then immediately there was just this huge util that went down on 3 of them, and 2 of them went down immediately. So it almost was just like a fatal funnel for that squad, and they ended up pulling it out there in the end as they returned some of the damage down onto the defense and get one back, getting on the board. Watch it, looking at that 0 is so tough to deal with, and now you're only down 1 round, and it feels a lot better, and you can get some momentum going.
Look how aggressive Apaclaw is with that operator team, knowing and confident in the fact that he can land that shot. And another one as well as he sees them coming through. Sewers, that was a perfect lineup, and Apaclaw gets it again. And that aggressive positioning helped, and then the fallback with Jet's mobility in order to get that second pick was ridiculous. And so now it has the attack second-guessing themselves, as you probably should at this one, as you see the stack coming to A. Realistically, only the Chamber left around the B-side in garage, waiting for them to rotate through, and I think they might have it here, as they'll go and swing this one. Z-Pets knows this is going to back out into Window, back, they're low on HP, a chance, and goes through, and Z-Pets able to finish that one off for the defenders, and so really the attack were in a difficult spot there, but you have to hit your marks, and sure enough, they do.
Wow, 3 for Apaclaw, 2 for Z-Pets. That was an insane round for those 2 players, just locking it down, starting off with that op, getting a couple picks, and it really, that sets the round off well. Anytime that you can pick up the op and then get a pick like that, even if it's just the 1, it's huge for your team. Then you have numbers, but he didn't stop there.
Yeah.
He got 2 more.
Yeah, keep your operator as well, and not only that, but then now you're building up your own econ, so that way you can buy for your team and really just overall boost everybody in the processes. The first look at Shanny there, just temporarily, as the Sky brought onto this map, which is Sky's not really loved in a lot of areas, but this is one place you can do it because of all the boxes in places where the flash comes in handy. Another one from Apaclaw. He is popping off. You have those players for each team that are going to walk in Jet automatically for the off play, and Apaclaw has really proven that he is going to be that leader on Jet.
Observer, don't switch off of Apaclaw. This man's insane.
Again,
Standing ahead.
It doesn't matter. Op, knives,
Yeah, all of them.
Gonna pop off. Chaney does get one as well, as Chaney wanted to get in on this action. Hayden able to get one back, though it's really a second one too, so at least gets a couple rifles out of the hands of the attack, or out of the defense rather, but instead will fall himself, so they fall down to 4-1 in Minutemen, looking great.
Nearly a huge play for Jay Hayden there to push around that side, and they were basically lined up for him. If he was able to get that flick just in time for that second player, all of a sudden it's a 1v1 and super manageable.
Exactly right. And so the attack needs to kind of figure out a game plan going forward. It looks like they're just bouncing from site to site here. Not 100% sure if they have a plan. If B push doesn't work, maybe we go C. Maybe go back and forth. This is kind of a spur of a moment to see. We'd like to see a little bit more decisiveness in attack here. Once they do, they go right through. His needs and service finally goes down as he's been pretty solid himself here, holding down Garage. That's until he falls. For the attack as they have taken the B side, but little do they know that Skylar had worked his way too. 2 kills, another one as well. 3K right on the site. They'll move to 5-1.
Oh my gosh, the first one already started out with a great flank and then knew exactly where that second player was through the box, taking him down. And then the third player was, once you've got 2 down, oh man, you're just rolling at that point. You can't miss your shot. So huge play from Hey Skylar there.
I kind of want to make this this point as well, is we see a timeout come through, so we'll have a little bit of time to do it. So what perfect timing than this one. As,
I love it.
You see a little bit of a lack of util for the most part. You'll see the ultimates come out, right? We saw the Blade Storm with Claw, and he did a great job with that. But when we talk about, you know, usage of utility in a LAN scenario, I kind of want to pick your brain on this. Would you be focused on, you know, really getting your aim where it needs to be before you think about this? Because I'm not seeing a whole lot of util usage in this matchup so far.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, a lot of the big plays that we've seen so far are coming out of that op and a lot of the movement with that jet. So I don't know. I mean, it really kind of comes down to whether or not they're. I mean, sometimes it's saved by not really getting a lot of util out of that, and then sometimes, you know, we're kind of focusing on some of the solo players with the sniper, and a lot of that utility comes from a lot of that team play, and they're able to utilize it that way.
No doubt about it. So back into the action as 5 seconds will be in the buy round, and they'll go back to work here if you're the defense. As you know, it's typically it was hard defense, even with the 3 spike sites, and they're making it look easy right now as they've had a strategy going forward here. Here for the attack as they will go, looks like Cypher and Omen towards the side. In the meantime, Silva kind of holding around on the C side too long, waiting for the rotations to come through as you'll see Jet kind of pop through, kind of keep an eye on Garage, but they're going to be peaked as well from window in the process, so going to rethink that one too. Or are they maybe throwing in as you see the Omen toss in some smoke to cover up window, and that'll allow Jet the chance to take Garage, and at least they have a little bit of mid-map control because we haven't seen a whole lot of that from the attack so far.
And always got to watch out when you're filing through this little area. It can, if that smoke goes down, then there could easily be some defense there to shut that down a little bit. But I think they may have learned their lesson at this point.
It's tempting the defense to come through window. I promise you.
I love it.
They snuck through. Brilliant job here as you see Benji tiptoeing his way towards the side. He's been taken out by no other than Claw again as he gets to see this time. But he is taken out again. Oh my, Jay goes down as well. Hey, Skylar with the trade to come across, knowing that the op is typically not good at short range, but Claw will make it happen.
Yeah, Claw made it look easy.
Another pick there, at least one from Soldier Chicken, but hey, Skylar will clean up the loose change, and they will move to 6-1 in this one, and just another reason to celebrate for Minutemen here on the stream.
Oh, 100%. What a great opening here in the LAN setting. I mean, we've heard them all the way through our headsets. They're just ecstatic.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Miles, no.
Back to it now. So the tackling after an A push here, it looks like everybody lines up in that fashion, and you know, I like the unpredictability from the defense right now from Minutemen. You know, you line up and Jets get you on C site, and then hops back in and gets you through mid. Sewers rather, as now another pick, and now if I was this attack squad, if I was Barun Bakis right now, I would be nervous heading through this doorway. As he goes through there too. Sound cues given off too. Literally just Aqua needs to hold this. And no other cues happening for the C-side, so you'll see the rotation come around, or will it? It looks like they'll hang at the C-side for now, as you see the flank here from Omen. Thinking about going A-side from the backside, but they were lined up waiting for it, and they knew it. So Aqua just that close to getting another pick. And we'll wait it out here.
And it's crazy with that first engagement, the Alpha, it looked
One
like
enemy
a near,
remaining.
oh my goodness,
Spike
a
down
near
A.
rare mistake, and almost paid for it, but was able to use the mobility from Jet to skirt on out of there and get the first pick. And now just down to the 4v1, Redbone getting one back.
There it is. Nicely done. As if the Aftershock didn't get it, it was going to be the Spectre. So pick your poison on
30
that one. I
seconds
like the
left.
way that Breach puts one Redbone,
Got
if
the
you will.
spike.
He's also picked up the spike and still has an opportunity here. It's still 24 seconds left on this clock. And although 1, 2 looks like have eyes on sight, they should be able to get this plant down if they hurry. Yeah, they're just going to pick their time. They
Spike
heard the plant
planted.
go down, but then around the backside is Channy, and they're going to take them out. Will be an easy defuse for them. Again, they'll actually get 2 extra ult stars as well in the process, so you got to love to see that. This team just playing so tactfully, and like you said, Xander, very patiently. That's a good point.
Yeah, they were just waiting in the wings, waiting for any sound cues coming through with that plant, and just knowing that basically, unless there was a big rotation to another site, then they were going to be able to collapse from all the different other angles, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely. The attack and a force buy here again. It worked from the first time. They're going to try it again here. All the rifles on that side, at least it looked like for the time being, as we have them pulled up, and sure enough, it will be. They are really going to try to bring it to it. Sure enough, all rifles on both ends. So you just have to look out for Alpha Claw, right? You have to find a way to get around this one, right? Use the Jet's ability to get around it. You know, find a way to get around this too. Whether it be Omen's movements from the shadows, you have to use the ults maybe to get around Alpha Claw. But sure enough, a quick attack, it's what it will take. And they will get the spike down, and that's the fastest I've seen them move on site.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, to your point, with Alpha Claw, with that op, you certainly can't mosey around the corners like it's been happening lately, because he's just been dialed in on that aim. So definitely going to need to play around that with the mobility like you were talking about. And now just 2 left on the defense. They're going to be looking to make this, but
Last player standing.
I don't know if he made it to half there.
The attackers will win in this one, in this scenario, and they'll take all of the rifles out of their hands as well. So a great round, much needed for the attack here. I think they caught the defense by surprise simply by having the econ. Even when they're down 7-1, they were still able to put their minds together, put their money together, and buy all rifles for that round, catch them by surprise, because you know the defense was sitting there like, oh, they're broke. They're not bringing anything to this round. But then you pop out with all rifles, catch them by surprise, jump on site quickly, use Jet's Cloud first to get on site quick and get that plant down quick, and then you get the defense guessing. And that's what happened here. Bring it back to 7-2, but right when you get a little bit of momentum, Alpha Claw is going to hit you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, even though they were able to take the rifles out of everybody's hands, the defense, having won 7 rounds so far, still very healthy econ.
Very true. Absolutely. I agree with that completely. It just did a small dent.
Yeah.
In the econ that was the defense off the bat here. So they have to build on the last one, but quickly moves to a 3v5 here as Skyler going to take out Soldier and Chicken in this process. Alpha Claw gets 1. Jay Hayden
One enemy remaining.
But Alpha Claw up to that 3K, maybe a 4 it is, and jumps out a dash of celebration. Didn't even need that one, but he was so excited to get that last pick, a 4K up to 8-2.
Unbelievable. 19-5 so far in this game. I don't think that op has left that hands.
Yeah, it shouldn't. 19-5.
Never.
I believe Alpha Claw got Operator on 3rd round. That's so rare. You have to save up for it too, as much as you want to use your freshly acquired econ to buy early.
Not to mention, went down in, I believe, round number 9. And just bought another one, no problem. Like, you're not going to take this from me. I'm just going to keep using it.
Of course. No doubt when you've been this strong and they have no solution for it, if it's not broken, don't fix it. You'll hear me say it all the time, as cliche as it is.
And it's crazy, been using it at all ranges.
Exactly, short, long, no skill, not this man. Trying to get it through. Z-Pet's doing his best off of Quan Fresh with that operator. Gets a couple against 3K. They're just trading operator 1-for-1. Z-Pet's a game 4. Takes out
One
Genie,
enemy
but
remaining.
the harm is not really, you know, the problem's not really addressed in this situation. So, although the spike's down, it's going to be a 4-1 ranking. Words and predictability, very strong. But as the cage goes down, the load is coming through, and they'll be able to clean up and defuse.
I liked Z-Pet's play there for a little bit after he got 3 kills. It was basically just firing on the cooldown through the smoke just to see if any other lucky ones would come through.
Shut up and let me work.
Sure. Absolutely. One step closer to Rolling Thunder will be Skylar as he picks up the last half of that defuse, and they'll move on.
Last round in the half.
9-2 count here. As the last round before the swap it is, so you'll see the full buy here from the attack, which honestly, when the rare instances where they've been able to buy, they've actually performed decently well. But a lot of those rounds that they were able to, they came up a little bit short too. So you add that into the equation of they've not won when they were outgunned. Well, that's how you find the score that we have right now.
Right, and 9-2. I mean, a tall order. And we're going to see the last round before the swap here.
A lot of ults come out, including this Tour de Force. Z-Pets will hold off this C site, and what a great time to bomb the Tour de Force. And now it would fall for a rotation in most instances. But the attack is very confident in this one. The Cloud burst into the site, and they'll back off quickly as they know that the flash will be there as well. Except for now, as they try to get this one not done so far, as they're a little bit reluctant. We're able to need some service off the map now, and we'll find one. Benji will find one of his own, and Skylar's going to go down as well. So the attack looking strong in this one. 5 to hold off these sites, and there's no saving in this one, obviously, with the last round before the half. So they're going to just try to storm in, and when they do, Benji's ready to go. Oh, still ready. 3 kills now. Z-Pet's the only hope, but with the Tour de Force and the Headhunter now as they pull out, but miss a few of those shots, and so he'll be a little bit low in that instance, and low on time as well.
Yeah, that spike's been ticking for a little bit, and we're going to need to move now. And, oh, Jay Hayden taking down the final member of the defense. And they get one back before the half. I think that's a huge round for momentum. Seeing 2 digits going into the next half on the other team, always tough. So sticking it at 9, it's going to be, you know, still, like I said, a tall mountain to climb, but is a little bit smaller as a result of that great round.
Well, for me, 2 things are positives you can take out for Barun Bonkies at this point, sitting at 9-3. Number 1 is the fact that they have momentum rolling into the second half. Number 2 is the fact that at 9-3 is a jinx in Valorant, so to speak. So you never want to go into that up 9-3 because for whatever reason, that seems to be the magical number where the other team comes back. I don't know if I'm a firm believer in this one, especially when they played. Not to mention, maybe Barun Bonki's just better on the defense. We never know. We just have to watch.
You know what? We get to add to that sample pool a little bit and see if they're able to come back here, and in a land setting, no less. So need some service. Taking down Benji. Attack going well. Already up 5-4 here.
And a much more deliberate strategy to get on site. You see the util, it's like a step-by-step process. You'll see guard cover go out from Omen, and then Jet will dash in and use Cloudburst. So one after another, they kind of storm the site. So a much cleaner approach at entry for this Minutemen side, as they will get the plant down and hold off on site. Will be a difficult work. Well, I was going to say Horny, and then I blinked, and then everybody's down. So the attack just absolutely finding their spots and hitting him.
Oh my goodness! And you know, you're talking about that step-by-step process. I love the way that, you know, Valorant has developed into, you know, kind of when it first started, everybody was just trying to figure out the best way to use the smokes, best way to use utility, and as it's kind of developed, it really has moved into, okay, ult going down now, smoke going here, 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 and here, because you can literally place them wherever you want, basically, and you know, you move in at a very precise moment, listening to that IGL to move through. So
yeah, it's with all the util, it's such a creative place to use it, and you know, if you specialize on an agent, you know, typically at lower levels you want to get that agent, but I feel like the versatility of being able to learn multiple agents and therefore multiple strategies with the same team, ever so important. You can tell the Minutemen have been together for a while and that they just know how to use it. And even things get strong after them as well. In addition to that, is Aquaball not only was he just good with the operator, but with the Spectre will get a couple of kills. And now the plant will go down here on the seaside. Defense from the backside. Benji able to take one with the Marshall. It tries to distract with the out drone. It will not work. Benji tried to hop out a little bit too quickly. Hey, Skylar going to take care of him.
Offense up in numbers, but still need to make this hold. Limited health resources that they have, and now that's a nice equalizer. Defense looking good on the retake here. Missing that one shot. Z-Pets now 1v1. And Redbone unable to sight in on Z-Pets before going down, and that's going to be another round for the attack.
Yeah, it was such a good job to try and hold off from Redbone there at the very end to maybe fight off the 1v2 there. And although we got one, it's kind of a little too tough to handle when you have to look both ways. That's what a crossfire will do for your team. And for the attack, it helps them out again as they'll move to 11-3 here on this map in Haven. Remember, this is a best of one, so the winner's going to go to the winner's final. That means that they get to go to a best of three. Whereas if you drop this one, it's another best of one, but also for your team's life. So Lions on the line. Come back though, looking that way.
Spike down mid.
Started to round. Able to find Shanny with that one as well. And so first, but Skylar able to get Blur kind of out of left field there. He didn't really expect it.
Oh, knows where Aquaclaw is. Putting something through, but Aquaclaw getting the win there as Jay Hayden finally takes him down.
One enemy remaining.
Down to a 1v1.
Knowing that they're that way, that direction, they were teamed up, and Skylar was able to pick one and then force another 1v1. That was brilliant by Skylar, because if you take them both on at the same time, he found the one opportunity to take out one of them to force the 1v1 and make it so much more difficult here for Jay Hayden, because not only are you worried about where can Breach be, but also in addition, you have to win the 1v1 fight when you find him. That's going to be tough.
And now that's a wide open spike plant, and the offense is going to know exactly where it is despite this smoke going down.
Cover going out.
So it's going to be a nice cat and mouse game here next to back-to-back basically smokes here.
Off your feet!
Oh, save the Rolling Thunder. What a great time to bring it out too. As that will stun him off of the spike now, and when they're going to try to re-engage, he's going to easily walk back in and get the clutch. Well handled there from Skylar, and they're up to the 12-3 mark. It'll be that point. Brilliant play from Skylar since about 1.5 minutes left in that round.
I saw him walking over with the Rolling Thunder to go plant the spike, and I was wondering, is that like a ult save in this instance, or if you get that spike timer down low enough, do you just go ahead and concuss the heck out of your enemy team?
Well, that's one of the reasons why Breach is brought so often into this map, is because it's more of a flat map in general, and not only that, but every single map, every single spike site, so A, B, and C, all three of those can be attacked completely from front to back and side to side with Rolling Thunder to get that chance. So you wait for it, and while you're at 11-3, you might as well use it now and get to that match points, or map point rather, so you can just, well, I guess it's both. Map and match points, and then just being a good place to finish this one out, close it out perhaps, but the defense has other ideas as they will quickly bring this to a 5v4.
Yeah, Benji almost out of position there, getting the kill, but and then a little bit out of position with the dash. Actually ran into the door. Could have been bad if there was another enemy player there, but luckily gets away. Now a 3v4 in favor of the defense. Plant is going down here. And let's see how the retake is going to be able to move forward with the defense. And that's going to be huge kills from Benji. Z-Pet's finally taking Benji down on that rampage. And enter my smoke and you will go down. But finally, defense getting one back. Now 12-4. Is there any curses on that one?
Thanks. I don't think so. Not that I can recall. That would be a large order, but I mean, a step in the right direction, right? The attack played that really well too. The edge traps lined up so that way the flank wasn't an option there, so they had one place to push through, and so I mean, brilliant work to really avoid the amount of retake options that they had, and overall it just didn't matter. They will best them in that instance, and so rifles will come out yet again here for the defense. And so Bonky's left with just a prayer at this map here, but I mean, a little hope is better than none.
Absolutely. I mean, they just have to take it round by round. They got to win one at a time.
You want to play?
For
Let's
them,
play.
The offense has the opportunity to just, you know, save up until they can, you know, buy whatever they want again, and they can also save their ultimates until a certain round where they basically decide to expend everything because they just need one more point
Enemy
in the
kill.
next
Blocking sight. Here.
Absolutely. Off a clock on the save round with the Sheriff. Gets the first pick, by the way. And Benji will follow it up with CR. Blur with the Spectre as well. Awful Claw going to take out Blur in the process here. And so now a push past the B site in order to take care of business. Is Awful Claw again. So down to 2 now. The spike has already been planted, by the way. Although Awful will be the last one. It'll be a 1v1 and a chance at an ace to finish off this map. Is he going to be capable of it? You have Silva with the drone coming through. Should locate at least where this is. And sure enough, able to find Awful Claw. There is no getting around this one. The shot dart not going to land. He misses to the right. It has to push on his site right now if they want a chance here, and then they finally do, and it's going to be taken out with the ace with the headshot, perfectly planned and executed, just like the start. So is the finish, and Awful Claw able to win this map for a minute, and they're moving on to the winners final.
Awful Claw, the person who got this team fired up with that op early on, it just feels so right that finishing with an ace in the final round, what a play.
Yeah, to get to that 4K requires, again, locating your 1v1s and taking them when you can, so that way you have an easier job when it's later in the rounds, and then just buy yourself time. Got stuck in that corner there at the very door of B, right? Kind of in that corner, and Silva had the shock dart. Unfortunately, a bit of a misfire there for Silva in one of the instances, and then by the time they were able to load up that second shock dart, they had already moved, right? That's the brilliancy of Jet's mobility, right, is to be able to move those. And so Awful Claw obviously using those. We talked about him hitting his shots with the operator. We talked about him hitting the shots with the Blade Fury. What can this man not do? We'll get to witness a best of 3 from that squad in the winners final too. And Awful Claw, like we said, finishing off with that ace. Incredible work.
29-10 to finish the game. I mean, what a dominating performance, and you love to see it. Starting off that game right, and they're off to the winners finals where they get to compete in a best of 3 now to see who gets to advance to the grand final. So that's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
It's going to be extremely exciting, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Stay Plugged In Network here, so we'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Helix Recruiting Showcase alongside Zombie Xander. My name is Barrelites, and we're going to toss you into the upper finals. This time it's a best of 3 here, Xander, but what a way to start off from Minutemen in that first round.
Oh, man, what an opening game that they had. And on the other side of the semifinals, there was another 13-3 victory. And, I mean, with these two winners coming through together with such dominant performances in the first game, to have them come together and duke it out over the best of 3, this is going to be something else.
That's right, and you're of course talking about at Tuesday Val. That's right, they're a bunch of trolls. It's literally the Twitter of Tuesday, who's on that team, by the way. So quick little shout out to Tuesday Val, I suppose. But yeah, they made easy work of round number 1, and they move into the upper finals. And so not only that, but we get to start on Haven. We'll get to the rest of the maps here momentarily here, Xander, but I want to eyeball Offaclaw, because he did such a great job with the op on the offensive side of the map. And my real focal point and key to this match to watch for those of you watching at home is going to be watch how they take care of Offaclaw's op play on Jets. You know that he's going to be lurking A, maybe C as well. He hops around, he's unpredictable. So how is it that at Tuesday Val is going to handle this will be what I'm looking for. And so we're about to fire things up now on Haven, and looks like it'll be Minutemen on defense first, so we'll see if Offaclaw goes directly for the op at round 3 like he did last time.
And you know, you were talking about this pretty interesting fact after on the break, is the fact that the team coming up to the main stage to be on stream, I don't know whether they knew it or not, but they came after the same map that the Minutemen just won on.
Yeah, exactly. And they said, hey, we know that you played this map well. We think that we can make it better. At least that's what I saw it as, right? In my eyes.
A challenge.
We can play this better, right? Anything true, though. Right now, it's a pretty even start.
Last player standing.
They trade back and forth here. Tit for tat. As GZ will be on site here. Find that boss, though. Z-Pets waiting, lurking, holding off until they see movement and then try them. Right time to strike. The timing seems correct, but either way, Ekrodux, rather, if I can pronounce it right, words are hard, he was able to finish that off regardless.
Yeah, and that's just coming from numbers, you know, winning those earlier fights and being able to have that advantage of the multiple angles that you can afford when holding those lines. And it really was just patience in that instance, and you know, making the opponent forced to push through and then holding that box angle was so smart. And they come out with a first round, and they're going to have be a little bit richer for it. So we'll see how this develops in round number 2.
Shadows traveling
here. Gonna put some smoke down.
So just waiting here, back in patient play here. As you saw the adjustment last time, and they're doing a good job to do exactly what was successful in the first matchup that they had as well. As Tuesday now will tip to Brew. Little does he know, needs some service right on the other side. Will he pull the time? No, Tuesday able to trade that one out with the Spectre, and bested because of that early play. Forcing Z-Pets out a window is a great job with the dark cover and Paranoia in order to push some util in, push Garage, to give him a little bit of control, and really that brings a lot of attention to the C site. So you see Breach and Chambers still waiting, lurking on the C site. Meanwhile, they've made the move to A. They'll have numbers on. Jet will definitely forward. Stuzy able to take out Shanny. Rexgator able to follow that up as well on Offaclaw, who was so great in the last one, but bested in this instance.
Spike planted.
Get the spike down, and plenty of people on site in order to help out.
Yeah, and it's a kind of the economy really coming through in round number 2. You know, lots of advantages to be won in that first round and coming through, and it's showing itself with the you know, heavier gear that they can flex here in round number 2 with a 5-2 advantage. Z-Pets and Hey Skylar just trying to find anything with the 2 angles that they're holding.
Last player standing.
Harmony taking down Hey Skylar, and now Z-Pets facing off with Harmony yet again, able to take them down though. And now a 1v4, but too little too late. Go hug a loved one. That bomb was going off either way.
Yeah, no worries. They had definitely shut down that site and made it very easy on themselves to hold off. And so will be full rifles here in the hands of the defenses. They look to push back in a big way. It's kind of appropriate because that's the same thing that they forced on the team that they faced off with in the last one against Maroon. So they'll go kind of have a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here, as it's been a hot start for At2Z Val, which they had in the last matchup as well. And adjustments will surely be made. I mean, I like the movements and at least the adjustments that the attack have been making back and forth, and the defense seem to have matched that to some degree.
Down mid.
But just that little bit of change up is the difference in why this defense is struggling this time and not last time.
Well, now we see Minutemen finally starting to be able to spend a little bit of money on their guns here. Reflecting well, as now up 5-3 in round number 3, and that just kind of maybe goes to show you that really a lot of the only things that was holding them back is they hadn't really gotten to use anything but pistols yet. And so I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of a fair fight as this game develops and they continue to build upon what they've got so far. So now it's still up 5-3. It's slowed down just a little bit. Defense holding strong and kind of with those 2 picks shocked the offense, I think, just enough to slow them down in the tempo.
Guiding light will come through to try to
One
flash out
enemy
window,
remaining.
but when you do that, need some services right there on the spot in order to take them out. And so now, left on their own is going to be 2Z. I mean, the team stage can pull through, not in this instance. Looked good through the first 2 rounds, but Hey Skylar will trade that one out. It'll be a flawless round here for the defense. So you put rifles in their hands, a whole different story now. My eyes go to Offaclaw. Does he have enough for the op? He does not, because you have to carry that rifle back in. And so trying to build up that econ so maybe you can switch next round.
I'm unfollowing 2Z off of Twitter for that. Couldn't clutch the 1v4. Unbelievable.
Oh my. You're unbelievable. As you hear things amping up here at the LAN as well. I know maybe you can't quite get an audio cue if you're sitting at home. But energy rising here in the arena. As the defense was able to pull back within 1, and now looking to stack that A side as well. Maybe anticipating that kind of push, but really the spike is going to be inching its way towards C, where Harmony is trying to hold down on that side. We'll hear a lot of that util come through, and so he'll back off his side. He doesn't want to fall. He instead wants to play retake here, which is an absolutely brilliant idea here. It's going to be difficult as all members of that using right on the C side now. To hold on to you. Garage in through back is something. There are really 2 places that they really have to worry about as Chamber has, it looks like,
oh my goodness.
Trying to get through. It's a great moment there. Now, try and push now. As the fault line will do a little bit of damage, trying to get after shots. We need some service comes through with the 3K, and will be able to get the defuse as the defense has come alive here for this Minutemen side.
Beautiful aftershock. I mean, just threw that box, took out everybody, and really didn't make it so they could defend their positions well, and they just surrounded from all sides. What a great execution there to tie it up here in the winners finals.
Well, let's see how this is a mirror matchup as well as far as the agents go. As you see Minutemen, they didn't really change anything. I like it goes back to At2Z. Like, they chose Haven out of the remaining 3 maps to play that one first. And so my mind goes to, hey, did they also see the comp from the last game and say, hey, we're going to match your comp too, and then go in and do damage? Thing is, they didn't know the strength and ability of Minutemen has been too hot to handle in the last couple of rounds. You'll see as Chamber will try to rendezvous out, but Z-Pat's taken out. the chance to really get out of sight. And so now the A push is heavy. It's strong, but Shanny holding them at arm's length, at least temporarily now, as Harmony and Tuesday come through as well. Tuesday with the Blade Storm will try to hold off. They do get the plant down, so a great job to have cover in the meantime, as the dark cover is covering that back door as well. And so the defense, if they want to do anything at all, it'll make it very difficult, as they've already rotated out to C. It looks like they will save weapons, and that might be an incredibly smart move here, as you want to get off of that operator.
Keep
Yeah,
that op on
got you.
Claw, absolutely.
Smart move as they move to the farthest part of the corner. And in fact, Claw already has it up, so looking to maybe pick somebody as they try to work around the map to get that rifle out of his hands. And in fact, it's a dangerous move here, as Edgarudux tries to get across, and now Claw gonna get him. Now they know where he is, so they're gonna try to target him maybe? No, they get a little bit timid. I'm not shocked, especially when Claw has that op. You need to kind of stick away, so that's how the round will end. And so the attack right back on top.
Absolutely, and honestly, even just getting that one little pick can send ripples through, knowing that Claw is quite outstanding with that operator, and just being able to take out at least one person off of that 4 squad that was surviving, and be able to take just a little bit of extra cash off of them.
No doubt. Tuesday, obviously there's a reason why they named the team after him. He's sitting at 6-2 right now. Cool, calm and collected. As the timer will tick towards a C push here for the and an automatic rotation across. That is how you jump on site. Wow. As a Jet dashes in with Cloudburst and able to take the site here on C, and they will all backtrack and play. They'll have to play a retake again. And for me, the Minutemen looked very confident when they were able to jump out, play aggressively, get a couple of picks, and then play on sites and let the attack come to you. But when the attack comes to you that quickly, even a little bit less strong. That being said, that thought as Claw gets one, Shanny able to trade.
One enemy
as well. They go back and forth here as the Seekers will find Ecrodux, and they're able to come from behind because of that Seeker play from Sky. Underrated play there from Shanny, and they'll continue the 1v1 battle, and it'll be Tuesday to finish off with a 3K, and they'll move to 4-2.
9-2 so far, leading the team in the offense here, and with a 2-round advantage early on. A nice start for Tuesday. The namesake of the team.
That's
exactly right. I mean, with the Seekers from Shanny, gave him all the chances that they, ever needed there. Ecrodux went down, but the attack still stood strong because they stand on the head of Tuesday, who's been super strong himself. So we'll look to see how
you want to play. Let's play.
Here. They're still going to play default here, as you see one in Sewers, one very aggressively positioned there at a long. Omen coming through on the barrage. Blade Storm already out there for the defense as well. If anybody comes through, they say, we've got you. But Tuesday going to trade with the Bulldog as well. Standing back in window. Still holding off for now. It's going to be a rather slow push as they're able to get one pick. So now they hold off here, and now a rotation coming towards A, it looks like, as they know everybody's moved the other way.
And if you're the offense, you're kind of setting the tempo and kind of the place and where a lot of these engagements are going to happen. And so being able to just kind of poke in and get one pick there, now a second one down onto Channy, you're really confident. And look at this, we've got the Judge pushing through for Hey Skylar, Reese going down. Rex Gator putting a little bit more distance between him and the shotgun smartly. Wow, Harmony. A nice snipe down onto Z-Pet's headshot, and that needs some service, a little bit of blind fire, hoping to get maybe one, but no sir, Tuesday taken down, needs some service, and moving to 5-2.
Yeah, there was one last chance with the Tour de Force in heaven, and then he got bested by the Tour de Force on the opposite end. So a great job from the attack to continue to put up those numbers and really just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Again, it just seems like it's a reflection, like a mirror every time they do look to push, and they've been doing a good job to handle where the defense is going to be. But this is more along the lines of what I expected here, Xander, in this Haven map, which is a strong attack. You wanted a strong attack side for Haven, so difficult to kind of lock down those 3 spike sides without being predictable in the default that you see there.
And Bear, I love when you're talking about the excitement you can hear in the arena, not only from the main stage, but our elimination match is getting a little wild as well.
It is. We'll keep you updated on those numbers too, as Alpha doing what he does best, able to take out Harmony, as he didn't appreciate the Tour de Force finish on the last one. And because of that, Tuesday will work his way through with even numbers. Cloudburst out, it'll be a dash onto the box, but they know he's going to be there, so they just elect to retake again. The defense so patient, we called it out last time, and again, Minutemen back at it.
And you know what I love to see is this is a learning opportunity for everybody involved, and I love to see that our observers are getting a little bit fancy as well, and really starting to increase the the quality of the stream in general. It's amazing stuff. They're doing a great job so far, and now defense needing to make a retake, but severely outnumbered, as it is still sitting at a 2-4 lifeline.
Yeah, they're so tired of saving, right? But it's the right move, but sometimes it gets very tempting to try to get that take, right, that retake. But they know they've been bested this round, so they will hold on to these rifles and kind of chill there at defender's side. As the attack will do the same, they backed off of sight completely. So interesting kind of dynamic there too, as they back out. We'll take the 6-2 lead in this one. It's just they plant so much quicker. They get on site so much quicker. They're much better at the util stepping, just like Minutemen were as well in their first matchup. So obviously they're going to take a second. They're going to kind of reassess the situation. Timeout active now for Minutemen as they kind of re-strategize here. What can we do differently on the attack, because it's not going quite like it did last time?
Well, I think it really needs to start with Alpha opping. And it probably, the target needs to be Tuzi. If you're lucky enough to get that sight line, get that chest in your crosshairs, then you go ahead and take that shot. And all of a sudden, the round can look completely different, because Tuzi really has opened up super strong against this squad. And, you know, you're coming off of a best-of-1 win, a pretty dominant win, both teams, in fact. But then you go up against a team that also did the same thing to their opponent, and you know, nerves can start coming into play a little bit. You think that you're rolling, and all of a sudden things don't go your way starting off early on. And I think this is a really wise timeout, because you can kind of resettle and refocus as a team and get back to what you were doing before.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that completely. The one thing that I did notice, though, is Alpha Claw was relied on so much for that opping prowess in the last match, right? And then you hop into this one, and then suddenly, you know, that's the difference, is the utility to get on site. You use your Omen's dark cover to take away sight lines for C. That, you know, the places that the defense would typically want to be, the best position possible. You take those away, then do the Cloudburst on, another smoke to center, in order to just dash in and get the spike down. And at that point, there's no real sight line for op unless you are unless you're on the prowess, unless you want to rotate around on flank. Maybe get a pick from C long, but overall, I don't even think that's an option either, because they lock it down with the chamber trademark, right? So even if you try to rotate around, you're trapped. It's so difficult that you can't really rely on that op anymore. You need somebody else to step up.
Yeah, and you know, the way that the rest of the team was stepping up around the op last game, it allowed him a little bit more freedom to have fun with the game, have fun with the shots. And I think if you get back to having fun, the shots start landing a little bit easier. That's always been the case for when I'm playing games like this. If I'm having fun, I know that, well, obviously winning helps to have fun, but then you really start getting confidence back in your shot. And I think if you can get that reaction time, and here we go, just barely. Oh, thought was gonna avoid that one, but not quite the case. A little bit of blind fire, needs some service taken down. Reese traded out to Hey Skylar, and 4v3 now. And it's just whittling down as they go blind.
This news, oh my! The Cloudburst is gonna go down, so they do get a kill. Can they get back on it in time? They still have plenty of time to work with, but Harmony's already on site.
Oh!
Needs some service, spamming through, knowing exactly where they're going to be, but Harmony was still sitting on site with the operator, so you couldn't really do much with it, as he was window just waiting for that opportunity to occur. As good as Needs Some Service played that, he was still bested at the end of the day.
Oh, and that was a bloodbath through that doorway.
Yeah.
And, you know, the smoke really doesn't help in all that much, because you can pretty much know that you can just shoot through the smoke and deal any amount of damage because of how close everybody needed to be on the defense there. Unfortunately for them, the offense got to spread out a little bit more on the other end of that hallway. They got to kind of hide along those right next to the doors. And Tuesday here, pushing down this long hallway, making it all the way into that cloudburst. Knives out, and we'll see just what the defense can do to try and get a pick here, because they need to get some momentum here going. Otherwise, this game one is going to look pretty tough.
Yeah, I love to watch the differences between the two jet styles, because on one end you have, of course, Aquaclaw with the op, as you see the flawless round come through, and that'll be an 8-2 mark here for Tuesday. But look at these two jets. You have Aquaclaw, obviously the opper on Miniman, and then you look at Tuesday, and Tuesday himself as a jet right now is using it more as an initiator, right? As a cloudburst, hop into sight and then plant, right? Get the plant down. Versus, and then you put the op in the hands of Chamber, Harmony, right? And so you have a different strategy completely using jets, and yet they're both so effective. But in this instance, it's been Tuesday that's been a little bit better in my opinion because of that ability to jump on site and get that plant down so quickly.
And I think it really is kind of coming down to the pace of play, the way that Tuesday and the rest of the squad are playing. It's just really fast. And so Aquaclaw not really having the opportunity to kind of sit back and get the picks like he was able to in round number 1 of this tournament. And they're going to need to turn things around here as a 6-round deficit nearing halftime here soon is going to be a tough one. Skylar looking to defend this site. And, oh, it looked good for a moment, but Harmony getting a beautiful snipe. Now Rexicator, Z-Pets, 3 down already. 1 getting back from Aquaclaw, but can he get more? Yes! That's 2!
Spike planted.
But it's got to be 3 more if they want to get a successful retake and get at least 1 round here before it gets too late into the game.
That's a huge play there to keep them alive in this, but I want to kind of flash back to Ecrodux on that one, as you know, he used from the shadows his ult in order to get on site and just gain intel. That's plain and simple. You can use it to teleport across the map. Instead, he got that intel on C, and that's the reason why they have numbers right now. That being said, Aquaclaw does get 1 time, is running out, but Shady able to get another one now. It might be able to hold off fire while Aquaclaw tries to get this defuse, but now will be left in his 1v1, a duel back and forth. Can he catch him peeking? He does, but he won't have the time for the defuse, I don't believe. It's almost there. Can he get to it? Oh, he's able to get a 0.21. Are you kidding me? What a play. Aquaclaw popping off in order to get that defuse. Incredible.
That's a huge round. That could be what this team needs to get that morale back in, the spark that got them here in the first place.
That's a good spot.
Still down 3-8, but that's huge.
And incredible work there to hold off. And you know what? Such a great job, too, Rexicator did to really hold off time and try to play time there and try to jiggle peek a little bit so that you get him continuously thinking about you. You try to get some shots off and avoid it as long as possible, and he did just that close in order to making that work.
But you know what the thing is? I always thought that advantage was going to go to Aquaclaw, not only with the range, but also the fact that he had already stacked up, what, 3 kills in that round alone? And then the 4th one, at that point, you're just riding on cloud 9, knowing you can get that last shot. It all came down to the timing of the defuse, and was able to sneak it in, I'm pretty sure, with 0 seconds on that clock.
Yeah. Awesome work, Harmony. You heard it earlier in this round. The tour de force has been popped, and so you know that the defense knows this. So 4-4, even numbers here as they look towards A, try to tiptoe. No real side or sounds given off here from the attack until just now, when they put Dark covered twice in the same spot. It looked like either way they're going to get the plans down, I believe. The defense looking to rotate here as they had thought for sure it was going to be a C plant. Now the rotation going to come through Heaven here, as you see. Omen needs some service. Wasn't Heaven. Now going to use Seekers to try to find them on side. Finds one to the right. He's still got a trade though, as Rexicator should have been taken out instantly. Instead, he'll get a pick. And we'll try trying to
One enemy
have his
remaining.
team hold off the rest of this one.
Last
Pretty
player
low, now it's
standing.
one-on-one. Acrodox does get one. Still waiting, 33 HP.
Oh!
Acrodox able to get that one as well. Skylar was on site, but taken out in the process. And so now the 9-3.
Switching sides.
And the defense, I think, played that just about as good as they could have, positioning-wise. You know, ultimately the aim came down to, you know, they collapsed from either side, was able to get a pick. They used utility pretty well. Unfortunately, I think one of the blinds just barely missed. And the offense holds there to push this one just a little bit further, but we are going all the way back down to just pistols, and this could be the moment, that 9-3 you were talking about earlier, where it kind of flips on its head. You get that early pistol round, and then you can build that into a second round. All of a sudden, it's 9-5. And things start to look a little bit different.
Yeah, and Miniman has to do something they didn't have to do last round, and that's perform on attack, because they had already had established such a big lead, you know, when they had the defense in the first round, and now their attack needs to show a whole different type of aggression, type of confidence, just like you saw from it at 2C in their squad earlier in this one. And the first pick will go to Gianni, as Miniman will have the advantage as Hey Skylar gets another one with a classic on Harmony. It will rotate towards C, but the defense knows it. The thing is, they'll be outnumbered in the process, so Ullman obviously on this map because he's able to rotate so quickly, although he did not use the shot instead to get across. For the first one in sight. He gets two. Is it three? Oh, he had him lined up. It does eventually get the third one. Even though he missed a little bit, he still stuck with it and got that 3K. And now, just like that, it's the defense with the advantage.
Wow, how things so quickly turn on their head. I was just about to talk about how well the Minutemen, you were kind of saying they didn't really need to perform on offense, but they still had really great rotations and pushes into sight using their utility and their timing. And wow, I think they kind of just let their guard down, and what a play by Acrodox to absolutely demolish 3 players before going down, and that just equalized everything, and I mean, wow. What a play.
What a sign of a great team here for At2Z, because as good as Miniman has been, At2Z has had an answer for everything, even if it means a 3K with the Sheriff. Insane work there to hang in there, and everything changed because of that one moment. And they will live on. Let's see. Hop into the next one. Acrodox has been very impressive for me. I've seen 2Z perform. Rexgator yet to get off to a very hot start. Rexgator, definitely a very talented player, but overall hasn't shown a whole lot. Don't really need to either, especially as a breach. You're really just trying to create chances for your own, and right on cue, of course, he's going to get the next pick, and Harmony will follow that one up as well.
No, I was about to say, I mean, the rest of the squad on 2Z, at 2Z has been playing so well, and that's going to be a flawless round to push that double-digit one step further to victory here in game number 1 of the winners finals. And what an opening game it has been for this team. They moved down from across the arena, adjusted to new setups, and now they're on the main stage and they are just flying.
Yeah, they have reached a whole new level of ace. You'll love to see it, and they'll try to continue this into the next map as well. Obviously, a strong start, but with Minutemen, we saw them in the last round. We know that they can perform, so we'll see if they can continue that same pace moving forward here. As Rolling Thunder off the bats. Right from B, as now attack is going to play a little bit more patiently here towards A. We'll see where is it be off a claw. Trying to gather any information and intel they can. Obviously, the sheds are rather difficult, and so they'll leave it for Sky with just one guiding light in the pocket to use, maybe to flash on sight, but I think you're better off just holding off with the util. They're still trying to decide which way they go, as you see the spike just chilling here at attacker's spawn while they try to gain as much intel as possible in the meantime. Service going to back off as he makes a difficult decision to try and get a pick from long range with Spectre. Not really built for that, so we'll rotate over towards the C site in the meantime. As Z-Pats, you see him getting aggressive here in the garage, as it looks like Acrodox was able to come back. Aftershock out. Didn't really do a whole lot of damage on that, but able to find them on logs. Another one from Z-Pats. Another on site. Gianni able to follow up that as well, and so the attack goes in a very good spot here. Gianni another pick, and they just wait here as Rendezvous out so they can have a little bit of lateral movements. And a very good sign here for this team. Harmony really doing a good job on Chamber as well. And Skylar gets one, and Shanny following that up again, whose name we haven't really called a whole lot, but definitely worth a mention here after that great round.
Yeah, and it was amazing how long the attack waited to really make a positioning move and to really start engaging. They really used that full round to try and develop and maybe get a pick and develop their kind of positioning on that. And it paid off once they finally committed to one of the sites. And C was the choice, and it worked out super well. So now 4-11. Still lots of work to do, but a little bit of hope for the Minutemen here in game number 1.
Yeah, Tuesday just really doing a good job, as you saw with that 20-6 right off the bat. That's performance. Let the attack a little bit of momentum, like you had mentioned.
Here.
Claw gonna wait back, Phantom in hand, maybe able to pick one off from sight. All three of the ones that are holding down A on the defense are directly on site versus Heaven. So the first place that you typically check would be that Heaven site. I think that's what they're banking on here as the defense. As you see, Omen, Equinox holding down the C side. I don't think they want to mess with that again. Sky rotating over, just trying to maybe locate anybody they can. The attack making it very difficult because they're playing this so slow. But now, hey, Skylar is going to try and get things started in that direction. Rolling Thunder will bounce them up, and that'll allow Aqua to get right on site, get a pick as well. So they will need a Rolling Thunder in order to get on site, but after all, it should get the plant down. Not sure why the hesitation was there, as you have everybody else on site.
And honestly, lucky for the defense, they didn't have more people to get hit by Rolling Thunder. Only one person sitting on that A site. And they got the one pick, and they'll have numbers pushing forward. Now 4-3, Harmony getting one back down on Aqua. The Master Channy getting 2. And now just a 3v1 for this offense to try and push forward and get another round.
No, Z-Pets was across and gonna pick him off. In the meantime, Mother trying to retreat, knowing that they were gonna go B, and you can hear him call out. That was a great play to hang around from Z-Pets. He's amped up and fired up. He should be. Although you're still down by 6 rounds, you're starting to feel it, and the energy's there as well.
Yeah, and you know, there's a little bit of downtime in between games. They were able to start hot, and then they got into the second game against arguably tougher opponent. And now, if they start building a couple rounds together, that confidence can boost them so far. So we'll see what that confidence can do for them as they push forward. They were able to steal that final gun away from the enemy team. Z-Pet's getting the first one down onto Reese. Now with the one-man advantage here. Tuesday just going to be holding back here, as waiting in the wings here as hey, Skylar taking down Equinox.
Oh my gosh.
4-2, big wins here for the offense. And they just need to close it out and push this a little bit closer.
Yeah, a must-win here for the attack, because they have, it was a full save here for the defense, so you would expect them to win this round. And right now, with the Tour de Force, they did handle it relatively well. They know where the last one's at as well. The spam works from Aqua as well. He's able to jump back on site, get that kill on Harmony as well. And so they will bring it back to 6 and 11, but that means a full buy coming here for the defense, and they're able to just reset up. And so maybe a great time for a timeout, as Reese is going to call this one, and the defense will kind of talk it over here as the past few rounds have gone to the Minutemen here as they continue this momentum.
Yeah, and I think this is a great call as well. You know, just how we saw the other team, I believe it was Minutemen last game. I can't remember exactly who made the timeout call, but using this, even though you have the huge advantage with 5 rounds to your name, you start having a couple slip away, you sometimes just need to take a beat. And that's what's happening here, is they just try and regroup a little bit, knowing they only need 2 more to win the game and close it out, or close out game number 1, that is.
Sure.
This is a good opportunity for them, and it you know, I like it.
Yeah. a must-win round for sure for the defense now. So it's crazy how it literally one round makes the difference, because it was a must-win for the attack because of the full save there from the defense, and now it's the opposite applies. So now the defense is looking at this like, hey, if they win another one, they have momentum. They are within striking range. So just want a second to talk it over. I'm not exactly concerned with that 2Z that they're going to pull this map through. But that being said, you never know. It's better to just pause now, say, hey, what can we change, and kind of take it from there. As now we will see what adjustments have been made as they pop right back into the map. And will line up for this next push. A bit of an aggressive positioning here. Nobody's sitting on A for defense. Very interesting all, because inching that way is the attack. And they're making a lot of noise too, so look at the flank coming across here. A trademark looks like it's out, so it'll be difficult for them to come around. This guy's going to probably take care of that one. And now inching their way there. Breach is back, but on the back of sight. And they're being cautious. You see the smoke out on Heaven there on A site, but they just won't push. They're so timid, and now would be the right time because the flank is coming around, and it's coming quick. Reese and Harmony tiptoeing around. Jet was thinking about window, but going to fall back to B side, and now the attack's going to come through, but it's not the right time to strike because Equinox is right here waiting to get there, or is it? They'll still keep it around. Reese on the flank, able to get one on Z-Pets. And so now they'll have numbers as they push on the site. Gianni, Aftershock, a lot of util coming out now as the battle goes back and forth. Aqua able to get one as well. Now a chance from the backside. Hey, Skylar might have done enough here to hold off. It'll be a 1v1 battle here as Rex Gator looking to locate Aqua in a classic standoff here at A-Long.
So smart to try and start that spike and find out where maybe Aqua was going to be. The one shot came out and he dipped away, and so knew exactly where he was, but it didn't matter. Claw getting that round, and that's huge. Now within 4.
That is crazy to me. My goodness, that's twice. Claw has won that 1v1 battle. He thrives under pressure and in these situations. And we saw last time he hops up to 16 and 12 as well out of nowhere. It looks like his entire team was struggling, but he is trying to be this true leader. We saw it last round, and now just a step closer here as they look and show up at just the right time here. The pays off the headhunter off the bat there from Harmony, as they've been playing a little bit more aggressively defensively, and it has paid off of them for the most part.
Yeah, offense now scrambling just a little bit as they are down. And this is really crucial, because if the defense is able to win this on the back of 4 round losses in a row, then they will be within 1 round of taking the game. And Claw pushing through the aggressive move into the Cloudburst, and that's going to be an equalizer here. Now just 3 versus 3. Spike going down. And the defense just trying to figure out what the best way to retake is. 2Z taking down 1, 2Z taking down 2. Claw, the Mr. Clutch going down. And that's going to be a 3rd one. What a way to close the round from 2Z, the 3-piece. And now just 24 and 9 and 1 round away from taking game number 1.
2Z had enough of Claw in that instance. Claw did his best impression of 2Z with the jumping out inside the Cloudburst, and then found Rex as well by just hopping out of the smoke and knowing that that's one of the places that the defense likes to sit. And so got that pick to begin with, and 2Z said, oh no, I'm going to come from back inside and I'm going to take out all 3 myself, and did it. Wow, what a great round to pop back after multiple rounds have been lost. And maybe gain back that momentum here as we move to map points here. It would be very important to jump out to this 1-0 map lead.
You want to play? Let's play.
This will be a quick start off the bat.
Yeah, and I mean, 2Z just with the, or at 2Z, I should say, the team, the fact that they were able to get one there was I think that they had done enough work in the early game to be able to, you know, give up a couple rounds. You know, if they lost 4 in a row, it's not the end of the world because they had done the work to get such a substantial lead. You know, it was, I believe, 11-3 at one point. And, you know, props to the Minutemen for fighting back, but it may be too little too late. But time will tell as this round is far from over. Harmony making it a little bit less far from over, taking down Hey Skylar and Channy. Now 2 versus 5. A heal going down, and that's going to be a full strength defense, just waiting for the final two members of the offense. And they're going to play it slow here as they know that this is to get that first map point.
Yeah, this is over, Xander. You can even see, you can tell the defense. The spike is down here. Everybody's just swarming it here for the defense as well. The dark cover is going to cover the other side as well because they knew they came from C side. And all they have to do is sit here and enjoy the last 20 seconds, and they will run away. Z-Pets did get a rendezvous out to pick one, but again, they're on the opposite side of the map. They're not going to be able to get there. Omen needs some service. I don't even think he has. He does have and will have to pop from the shadows at some point to try and grab that spike. That's their only hope here. But the thing is, he's running into two defenders, and down he'll go. And map one will go to At2z, and pretty decisively, although a bit of life there from Miniman. At2z just taking care of business here, Xander.
Yeah, and you know, even that late push could spell a little bit of life in the Minutemen for game number 2. Knowing how they won those 4 rounds in a row is going to be huge for how they're going to really approach game number 2. And let's see. Oh, we're going to Ascent.
It'll be Ascent for the next one for
map
sure.
number 2. But what a performance from Harmony and 2Z, collectively getting 46 kills between the two of them. That's an amazing job from those top 2 players to really set the tone for how this matchup is going to be.
Yeah, I don't think Harmony got enough love from us during that entire map. That was a very quiet 22 kills, and we talked about Afakaw's op ability. Harmony did the same, and Rendezvous kind of serves that same purpose as Jet, where you can dash out in a way, right, with the Rendezvous and pop out, so that gives you some mobility with the operator. Should you not land your first shot, you can kind of bounce back and forth between sites of where you want to set up the op, and I think Harmony did a great job with that op when he had it in hand, and even when he didn't, he was still finding those picks in situations in the save round when he was able to pull it back from a sure loss, it seemed. And I mean, great job all around from this team to really bind together. And I like that combination of Jet Chamber on Haven for that reason. It just seemed like they paired up perfectly, and they just executed perfectly.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, we're going to take a quick break in between maps. They're getting this set up. I mean, don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back, so stick around. 5 seconds.
Welcome back to the Helix Showcase here in Foxborough, Massachusetts. My name is Bearlight. Joined in the booth with me is Zombie Xander, and we saw map 1 go pretty heavily to At2Z on Haven, where, you know, Miniman was looking pretty strong on Haven in round 1, but both times that they had to play Haven, they didn't choose it, Xander.
That was a development that we figured out on the break. I assumed, basically, the way they performed in game number 1, round number 1, that was going to be their pick, but twice, neither of these games has been their pick, and it's been on Haven. So now we're moving into a Minuteman pick, and Ascent could be a different story altogether.
Absolutely. So we move into Ascent right now, so expect your usual agents, I would assume at least, that somebody's going to lock in Jet, and for me, Alpha Claw has been doing a great job, Tuesday has as well for those two. So expect those two to lock in Jet pretty quickly, I would imagine. So keeping an eye on that, and we'll get you to the map here, as it looks like they're jumping in now. So see a little bit about their comms, kind of go over and break down that, and also what you can expect to see here at Ascent, because this is a map that's very commonly played in pro level, right? At VCT, we saw it in Masters in Iceland multiple times. It was played hands down the most, and that's because it's kind of hard to figure out a really good strategy for Ascent. It's a really small map, and so you know, teams tend to default to, you know, the Jet combination with Jet, Sova, Omen is a typical pick here on Ascent, but also maybe a first glance at KO. We'll have to check it out in just a second whenever we head to the map. So I'm liking the fact that we see less Haven and a little bit more of a smaller map in Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, the sightlines on Haven super long, really great for some of the sniper rifles, and now we're going to see a little bit closer up, something that you know, we saw Alpha Claw on, a little bit of that mid to close range op potentially, and it could turn out pretty great. So we'll see exactly how these guys are going to develop as we move into round number 1. Let's go ahead and hop into the action, as we already see one down for either team. Z-Pet's taken down by Tuzi, and now just a 3v3. Spike is going to be planted, in some service, putting that one down. And now for the retake, if the defense is able to get a nice round here, then it could set them off on the right foot. But let's see if the Minutemen are able to hold this, as this is so important to start off strong. Alpha Claw needs the service, taken down one apiece, and now the final person, Rexigator, going to go down as well. What a clean finish to round 1, as the trio each gets one, and are going to move forward 1-0 into round number 2.
I'm a little confused here. Well, first of all, not taking away anything from Minuteman, but we see Reese lined up as Jet. Last time Reese was on Sky here, or at least on Haven, so that's kind of an interesting dynamic there. Tuesday elects to go with Reyna, who has seen a whole lot less love. Not really part of the meta, some would argue. We've seen her a handful of times, just a couple of times, right, in Iceland. And so maybe Tuesday just comfortable on Reyna. Maybe it's a flex, right? Reese moving from, I just thought it was an interesting move from Sky over to the Jet, but I mean, Minutemen able to take care of business here in round 1 in the all-important pistol round. And Jet's so important to have on this map, just because you can dash in and get that door closed, but you know, Skylar is going to take out that door.
And I actually really like to see that, you know, making adjustments, not going with the same thing that you did in the first 2 games, and trying to switch it up, as you clearly got a little bit outplayed there in the first map, and now are going to try and make some adjustments and see if you can fix those and kind of band-aid some of those mistakes that you're making perhaps, or just trying something completely different, which may catch the At2Z maybe by a little bit of surprise.
No doubt. Jenny able to take care of Eekerdux, as he was very effective on Omen and Haven, and will continue to be Omen on this side. Door down, and Rexigator going to immediately transfer up to Heaven. They know this already, though, because he's making a lot of noise here. The Shock Dart going to go behind Generator, where he thinks they are. Unfortunately, it's the turret there instead, and so no real harm done, except you gave away your positioning too. But he knows they're going to be below here, so going to have the opportunity to try and swing this. The defuse is going to come out here, at least attempt to do so, but they're going to tear right through it. I mean, that was a bold move to jump on and try to defuse. I guess you had to, in a way, if you wanted to try the retake.
And needs some service with a great start, with a nice little 2-piece there at the end of that round to secure it up. And this is a great start for the Minutemen.
Yeah, you love to see the fact that they're jumping out quickly and winning that pistol round and gaining a little bit of confidence here. Like we said, they didn't really they didn't pick Haven, right? That's not a map that they seem to do too well on. Sure, they took care of business in round 1, but this is a whole different opponent that you have to take into consideration. They chose Ascent. This is their map, so you want them to have a strong start. If they don't, then you kind of raise some red flags. So just a good sign for the Minutemen to have this quick start.
Now I'm going to go with a little bit slower approach here on the offensive side of things as they are just trying to feel out where the defense is in this instance and hopefully be able to get an early pick. And Zbets does just that on Reese.
With the headhunter too. Got him a little bit off guard there, playing very aggressively.
All you need is one bullet, Bear.
That's right. That's absolutely
right. Spike down mid.
Eagredog's able to take care of the spike holder, but they'll grab it instantly and rotate out of mid, knowing now that it was completely locked down in the process. Great job from Harmony to take care of that. Mid presence and play, very important on Ascent, because that is really the heart of the map where rotations have to come and go through, unless you want to go all the way through attacker's side, and if so, you know exactly which place they're going to attack from. It really limits your chances. Zpets has been disgusting with the Sheriff. My goodness.
Yes,
30 seconds left.
With 2 bullets, 2 kills. Eagredogs with 4 though. Oh my gosh, using a couple more bullets, but what a play there. Take out the majority of the team, just 1 more left.
His teammates are going to leave him for the 1v1 to try and get that cleanup for the ace.
Left.
But Rexgator is, as much as he wants to, he knows that he has to play this and try to time this at the right time. The Generator going to try and take some HP away, or rather it's just a recon bullet. Defenders will end up winning this one, so they will get one back here. Just 1 point defense there.
And Rexgator taking down Zpets, so that's going to be the full team wipe there. And what a job by the defense to bounce back there. But, I mean, it really was lit aflame by Eagredogs and that triple kill leading to the 4K. Wow.
He's a real difference maker. He wasn't Haven as well. His timing is unreal. And that's what you see at pro levels that just kind of shock you, right? Not only the uncanny ability to spam through smoke and just know exactly where players are positioned at any time, kind of getting into the heads of the defense or attack, or the opponents rather, you know, when they have that mindset. But on top of that, to have that pop-off ability and really being able to change the course is such a difference maker here.
Yeah, and to your point, not to mention in the face of several enemies at the same time, able to just take down what seems to be an army all by himself. And see if they're able to continue that trend.
And you know what? They have so much confidence in Eagredogs, and it really shows. And Tuesday, by the way, because they played them on the A site, and then you look at the other site, and you already have Harmony on it, and Killjoy can really hold down that site on her own. And so you force them to A, where you want them to be, because you have all that confidence in the world of those 2 defenders. And it's really an effective strategy, or has been to try to work back from the 2-0 deficit. And as the spy comes down, it will be advantage defenders as far as numbers go, but as far as where they can retake from, that's a whole different story now. As the crossfire here between Channy and Hell, and hey, Skylar there behind Generator is sniffed out though. Eagredogs did spam through, but not enough. Oh, he was so confident going into it, but then he kind of doubted himself a little, and when that happens, the attack jumps out to the 3-1 lead now.
Oh yeah, a couple of chest shots. I mean, it was just barely off the mark there for getting what was going to be a brilliant play. And it's going to go to the attackers as they build upon the lead that they have here in the early game. Now 3-1. And Minutemen, this is the start they needed to bounce back after game number 1. It was a pretty steep loss that they took there in game number 1.
Sure.
And the fact that they're able to do what they're doing right now in game number 2 and possibly send this to a game 3 winners finals. What an exciting land we've got going on there.
Oh, definitely. I agree. I mean, Minutemen, when we talk about the last map as well, is they nothing really seemed too broken, right? It seemed like they had it fixed for the most part towards the end there. And, you know, you add into the fact that they just, you know, hop back into to a lead, and the little rounds, like the ones that are super close, are favoring them, is a good sign for them. That being said, the attack here from Miniman, able to get the point down. Again, they're
planted.
looking strong. As Rex Skater going to try to locate where everybody is on this site. The problem is, they're going to box that out, and they have already retreated back. There's Omen right in the face of the Owl drone, and now Avaclaw able to get one to Reese as well. And said, hey, here I am. And now they try to fight through. Encrodox able to get one. It's on Shanny. Omen on Omen. Avaclaw able to get that pick and fall back too, and finds Equinox as well. And now Tuzi left here, but the Leer is gonna work. Avaclaw blinded, perfect tying there, and the attacks will pull it off nonetheless. It'll be a 4-1 lead here for Minutemen.
Yeah, off the back of Avaclaw and those nice picks, they were able to translate that to, even though Tuzi was still alive, it turned it into a 1v3, and they were able to close that one out really cleanly.
That was a strong play there. Tuzi tried everything he could. Playing really well for Reyna. You know, Reyna not seen that often, but if you're confident play in Reyna, and you know, just coming off that 26 and 6, I think he was at one point. I'm not sure what the exact final line was there. Reyna really feeds off of kills. So not a whole lot of kills from Tuzi in this one, and so not getting the full range of what Reyna is capable of. But if he's able to perform and pop off again, it'll definitely be useful, and Reyna can really change the tides, but that requires you to pop off in the process.
Bear, I'm really disappointed you didn't say Reyna Ranger.
Oh my. Well, you just know me right now. I would say something like that. Okay.
You should run.
Wow.
That's fair. That's fair.
And look at that, the defense getting some really nice picks in basically what was a face-off between two full teams, it felt like, and they're going to have the advantage going here into the mid-round.
Easy plant here because Killjoy had already used lockdown here, but now Omen going to think about using from the shadows there, and decides to pull out of that one, just locating where Killjoy was. But she used lockdown on site in order to get the plant off. It's Tuzi able to come around and get the pick though, and find Z-Pets. Now the defender is going to return the favor with the lockdown, and will lock down the entire site themselves. No, they're going to allow Needs and Services in here in Boathouse, and they took one out in the process. Tuzi able to get the kill, will get the defuse. They're back within two in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's a little bit of fire from Tuzi. That was a really beautiful flank down on Z-Pets to really whittle down what was remaining of you know, the planting team, and it ultimately led to, you know, this great collapse. But what a final stand from Needs Some Service there to try and make a mark and maybe pull off the 1v1, or actually the 1v3, I think, was the final stand at that point. But Tuzi just ultimately getting that last kill and the defuse, and that's going to be a 2-4, so a little bit of life here from at Tuzi.
Yeah, they're pulling it back a little bit, little by little. Of course, their performance in Haven didn't really get me scared off the bat.
There they are.
As great intel comes out from Z-Pets now, as, you know, you like to see that, but, you know, basically the entire attack was already at mid, or thinking about with the B push too. So now Silva is trying to pull a little bit of attention to that A site, but gold defenders down in the process. Gridoc's gonna hold off at least for the time being until Jenny able to trade that one out too. And now it'll be a 3-on-2 here. Advantage attack, as it'll be Shanny waiting in tree, thinking that he's going to come through window. Rex is coming through window, and sure enough, he will eventually. Looking to pick him off at 2 in the process, and does get a lot of HP taken away from the shock dart, and will try to return the favor with one of their own.
Spike planted.
Time both to try and see where they are, to pick them out, see if they are in tree. They're not, and holds back. We'll wait for a little bit of assistance here, but again, just outnumbered in the process.
Yeah, made quick work of that wall, trying to hold that position, but it was a little bit overly aggressive, and like you said, that shock dart really did a nice number to slow down any sort of aggression down that corridor. Z-Pet's going to make the last mark on Harmony, and offense is going to push this one just a little bit further, as it's a 5-2 scoreline.
Yeah, clean work there from the attack there to get the spike down, and then the hold sites, and then hit your marks. Plain and simple. If you get set up in that fashion to hold off a retake, and you know that they're coming from heaven, then it's all about just landing your shots at that point, really. There's not much they can do in that instance, and so just hit the mark, and up to that 5-2 advantage because of it. As the defense looks to get creative here, nobody's sitting at mid, although you see
Get out of my way.
Rex just kind of hanging at market, thinking about hopping back towards mid. But from the previous trends, they know that this attack from Miniman do like to split up a couple A, a couple B. And it will be no different here in this round as well. A very important round here for Tuzi, as they seem like they were piecing something together, but right when they were, Miniman took it away. From a distance, Reese tries to get on site,
Blocking
or
sight.
get back to a site to kind of retreat. You never want to die on site and give the attack that kind of advantage. Gains the intel they need, dash out, and now knowing that 4 are potentially coming A, and yet still so much patience here from the defense.
Yeah, this is it's a lot of patience from the offense, honestly. I mean, they don't really have a good key in on where the defense is holding a lot of their main positions, and they're just going to keep playing this as slowly as possible before really the fireworks start.
It's a fake, a lockdown on B. Now they're going to try to bait everybody out over to B. Meanwhile, they're going to try to jump on site and they get a couple of kills, and that should allow the plan to come out. A brilliant move here from the attack. And now, off a claw, just a little bit off on that one, as Tuzi able to win that battle somehow, as it was a pistol on Blade Storm, and somehow couldn't pull it off. And so that'll give at least a little bit of hope here for the defense.
Oh my gosh, and what a just sitting there.
One enemy
Beautiful
remaining.
positioning from Harmony, getting a second one on Z-Pets, and just a single offensive player left. Just trying to hold what they can, trying to kill time. This is ever important.
Yeah.
Trying to kill time off the clock.
That's so tough. Can they steal and give a chance? And they did, but Harmony, great timing on the trade and able to finish business as they should. I was super interested to see if they're going to hold it off, but a thrifty round nonetheless. So the defense, who should have been bested here, are going to pull out, or at least pull it back within 2 against all odds.
That is such a huge win for the defense. As you know, anytime you get a thrifty win, of course, it's going to be just huge momentum for your squad.
Yeah.
But man, what a play by, and look at that.
Yeah.
We see the attackers
Absolutely,
going, we
absolutely,
clearly shouldn't
yeah.
have lost that round. What went wrong? What do we need to fix? Let's reset real quick before the defense starts to build a little bit of momentum, and we can preserve the lead that we have currently and hopefully build on it.
Yeah, no doubt. Because everything seemed like it was going right. It's because everybody was kind of lined up for an A push, and they had need some service. With a fake lockdown, you don't really see a fake ult very much.
That fake was fantastic.
Right.
And I thought that it was going to work out really well, especially when they first pushed in and got those 2 quick picks. Outstanding job, and you think that at that point it's going to kind of just move over and be really well done for the offense to kind of just continue to clean up that entire point. But wow, defense, what a retake.
Definitely. They were able to kind of ride the momentum from Harmony, who did a great job there at mid and just kind of lurking around and didn't really take the bait, right? So number 1, you're not taking the bait. Number 2, you come through and catch the attack when they're not at their peak attention, if you will. So the timeout taken and much needed for the attack, who look to regroup and perhaps push B really heavily, as they faked B last time, and so maybe trying to catch the defense thinking it was going to happen again. As Turret trying to catch anybody who's aggressive through the smoke, but Harmony going to do what he does best again. Reese another kill, this time with the operator from Jet. Reese, the bottom frag from last time, said it won't happen again, and able to get a couple of kills, although bested by Z-Pets in the process. It won't matter, as Rexgator pulls out the Odin to just gun down Z-Pets and take that win for the defense. So you got a timeout as the attack, but now here comes Tuzi regardless.
I mean, that was a fantastic job by Rexgator, because I don't know if you saw, but very early on in that round, basically right when they were trying to push into the zone, Rexgator took a position right behind that wall and just fried it and tried to put down as much damage into the team as he could. And I think it ultimately paid off, because it, weakened a couple players as they were trying to push through. And even then, you have to try and get through that gunfire to get into an ability to even shoot the enemy team.
Yeah.
And that kind of gets in your head a little bit, and it clearly was a great move for the defense, as that full buy paid off in dividends for them.
Speaking of great moves, Reese is now taking an aggressive position down at low mid with the operator, just trying to catch anybody on the rotations across. They haven't really been watching mid as much as you typically see on this end, and so to be lined up in this position is definitely a change of pace. And, you know, they were the ones winning rounds, so to kind of throw a curveball when you know that they're going to try to make adjustments after that timeout, I think it makes a whole lot of sense here to have that off mid. That will retreat to Pizza, knowing that the rotation's coming to A. They hear it on the catwalk now towards Tree, and all of that utility, they don't know they're walking directly into all of that Killjoy utility. The alarm bot will go off here. Eventually, they do find the turret, though. Lear's taken down to Cloudburst on the backside on Heaven. This should allow the plan. Great job to get on site here for the attack now, and it'll be up to the defense to just play a retake here. They're going to try to do it sooner rather than later. It's a Nano Swarm. Try and beat out where the attack is and force them backwards. Both Lears basically wasted there for Tuzi as they found them quickly. Harmony with 3 back to back, and now they hold off. Just one left. And Zpets goes down. 4-0 is the count on people left on the map, and that'll be a 5-5 even scoreline, which is what I was trying to get out in the first place.
Oh man, what a job. I love to see that each round it seems like a different member of Atuzi steps up into some sort of role, and sometimes it's just putting damage down through the wall with that Odin like Rexgator was doing, and sometimes it's Harmony stepping up and getting that 3-piece right in the just thick of things. And you need players like that that can step up in individual moments and make plays to be able to come back. And all of a sudden, Bear, we're tied up.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mentioned about Reese, too. Did not show up in map 1. And really, I was kind of a little bit concerned. But maybe that was just him taking on the Sky role for Haven, where you typically go to the Sky, where you almost need a Sky in that instance. And now jumping back on Jet, where they look a little bit more confident. Standoff going to be won between the Jets. It's Offaclaw that wins it against Reese. So Offaclaw putting a silence to my words here pretty quickly in the process.
Oh, and picking up the op as well. Pretty sure coming off of a pistol there. Sheriff in the back pocket. And that's always dangerous if you're going to be the first pick and drop the op to somebody that's very, very good with it. And we'll see if Offaclaw is able to make waves as they start to push forward a little bit. They have the advantage in this situation numbers-wise, maybe not necessarily in their armory, but nevertheless, going to be another push here as they slow things down once again.
Yeah, the unpredictability, though, is unmatched here from Tuzi. As you see Killjoy locking down this side, it comes from that door where you don't think it is. Sage with the barrier orb up and ready and standing in order to try and close it out. Spike will be planted here in the process, and now it's through Window, so 3 will be going Heaven to try and attempt this retake. Meanwhile, the attack is completely left side to try and play from Wine, to try to play from A main, because they're thinking they're behind or below Heaven, and so now the op there from Offaclaw will get one off of it, and they have Spike in sight from this side as well, so that's why they elected to choose A main to sit in the process. And so Rexgator with the Odin again tearing through. They know that's Wine now, and Offaclaw shouldn't have much chance here. Sure enough, you bait him out with the defuse already in process, and Offaclaw goes down. Harmony able to win this one. That's 3 in a row rounds, 1-4 at Tuzi, and they will go to an advantage now at 6-5.
Last round in
it's
the
good
half.
Positioning from Harmony, knowing that basically their eyes, Offaclaw's eyes were basically going to be focused on where the spike was, and so being just a little bit left and closer than that, getting the easy kill. And it's going to push them now into the lead, and so this defense has really stepped up and put some serious rounds together to really start rolling, because if they can continue to roll, all of a sudden Minutemen a little bit on the back foot, and there's that play once again, firing through the wall, but at this time the other way around.
Yeah, trying to get to the orb is need some service as well, because you get that orb, you get the lockdown, you get an easy plan on B. thing is, you saw the turret go up to try to beat them out, so now they know that that's going to be the plan, especially when you saw before the round started that they were just one orb away from making that happen.
You should run.
But now it's going to happen. They're able to get to it because they were able to clear out B main, and so that should lock down and force everybody off site for the defense. They'll be forced to try the retake, but Janny not even going to let it get to that point as they have a 2K in the process. So now backing off is the defense. As Rexgator able to get one, has been killer with his Odin. Somebody needs to stop this man.
It's been really fun to watch, honestly, Bear.
Spike planted.
Just now another one down at Alpha Claw, so maybe not just you know, memeing through the walls, but quite a threat in a 1v1 situation.
A retake looking a lot more possible than it did just a moment ago. This man through the wall is going to tag one, and now back in sight, knowing their boathouse, so a couple of shot darts will go back there to get even more HP out of the hands of Needs Some Service, who will get a kill though in the process. Gets Rex and follows it up with another kill. Needs Some Service popping off in this one when he's needed. We talked about timely kills, and that's a big one for Minutemen.
And that's not the first time Need Some Service has done that either. You know, on that last stand, over in that B site, in that back room, just making a final stand, getting the last couple of kills. And wow, what a performance here to really show up and tie when you've lost 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Needing this one to get the equalizer to step back up and trade around back. That starts feeling a little bit different there. And hopefully this Minutemen team can really start to put some rounds together on top of that, because they need to win this game if they want to push it to a game number 3.
Yeah, I think each of them are doing individually well enough to win this round, but I think it really will take them working together to get around some of the trap plays that have clearly come out from At2Z, especially using the Killjoy utility there. I know that the you got to know that the lockdown obviously helped them to get the plant down in the first place there in the last round. So, I mean, that helps a whole lot. And of course, you wait for the last round, so the defense even knew it was coming, and the attack still proved to fight through. So, I like that from Minutemen, but I'd like to see a whole lot more of that teamwork to get around the utility. That being said, of course, they switched sides, and now it'll be using that utility in a way to hold off this attack, who is trying to feel out where the defenders want to play, where their tendencies are. A little bit of a aggressive play here for Equinox, as he knows that they're sitting here. Two are trying to peek A main. They have a crossfire here waiting for in case Equinox does want to go across. Through will not. It's a revealing area. Location, great intel there for the attack, as Zpat's going to be forced to kind of jump off his side because of that recon dart. But traded out from Needs Some Service. He's really been good this round. He's been stepping up in my eyes.
Oh, it's stepping up in everybody's eyes. Chandy getting one down on Equinox as well. The numbers in their favor still. A long kill from Rexicator though. And now this is an even ball game as the spikes get going down. And this is a huge 1v1. Harmony getting both! Insane!
He's been absolutely incredible on Killjoy. You feel like maybe Harmony is a little bit more Killjoy-minded than Chamber, as we saw on Haven, and it shows. That was an excellent play overall. Obviously, no Killjoy util really used in that process. That's just clean trades. But, you know, sometimes when you play an agent you're confident with, it shows not only with your util usage, but also with your picks, because you don't have to worry about thinking about how to use your util. It comes second nature. It allows you to focus more on your aim, and Harmony popped off that round. Nicely done.
Yeah, your aim, your timing, you know, your positioning, all those things start to really feel a lot better as you progress through rounds. And the confidence from 2Z and the rest of this squad has really started to show as they hold the lead and getting that first win at the half. And that's going to be a really nice bump for them as, wow, Rexicator and Harmony each getting one. One standing left on the defense, and of course it's Alpha Claw. Lots of damage going down. Needs to reload, unfortunately getting chased by Rexicator. That's going to be 2 in a row. Gun here.
Yeah, I expect they're going to win that trade every single time, so another expected round, but you never know at this point after that Thrifty came through in the last half. It's really anybody's game. It's who's who's going to take it, you know? And I look to leaders in this instance. I really like Tuesday as a leader, and right now, you know, they do have this this 8-6 advantage after 2 wins off the pistol round and the follow-up round, which are expected to win, but we'll see if they follow his leadership. Reese also a great leader for this team, so they have 2 of them.
Cover going
out. Minutemen can respond here now that they have the chance to buy rifles and go hand in hand here. As they look to try to hold off this attack with the barrier orb, but I think it'll only hold them off temporarily. The Weird to try to gather attention. Now everybody rotates around. This is perfect because they've already rotated around themselves to B. Little do they know, though, that Killjoy is sitting there and all that util, they're about to run into it, and all of that noise that they made at A won't even ultimately matter here.
Yeah, and that's such a smart play to have those holds over there, because they basically have to broadcast their positioning, make it through all of this. And the Killjoy going down, so this will be a take as they push through into the spike site. And now it's going to be a matter of how quickly defense is able to rotate around, and if they know. Now they know it's a full commit over to this B side, and so they're going to need to figure out a way to scoot through some of these doorways and not burn too many lives in the process.
Yeah, and this the lockdown was already used here from the attack to get on site, but now they're going to be outnumbered. So if the defense wins here, if Minutemen's able to pull this off, this will be huge because they would have pulled that off themselves, and they do. And they're able to get to it. So that Killjoy ult to get on site will ultimately be wasted here as they're able to win this round out and bring it back within 1 yet again.
And you want to talk about leaders. Need Some Service has stepped up immensely here in game number 2. I mean, sitting at 14 and 11, and really it comes down to a lot of those clutch plays that you're talking about, that the timing in which you make those big plays is the hugest impact. And when you're winning those solo rounds by yourself, that's so impactful, and it can fire up your team.
It really can. Aggressive positioning again from the defense here, though, as Minutemen lined up at the very front of A to try to catch anybody going through lobby. But the Weird comes out to try and catch him. Although they ran into a bit of issues there with the dark cover, so they had to back out. The damage has been done. It's just able to get 1. And now Hunter's Fury going to come out, trying to catch Killjoy. Needs some service on the back of the site. Were they tagged? I don't believe so. And so that's the reason why they're going to rotate behind and grab Spike. And we'll rotate over to A. At least that's the thought process here. As Killjoy stuck trying to guard B, but they already found them as Harmony will get 1. The Weird already taken down, though, but Channy's still going to go down as Harmony finds Channy.
I think that was a good hold. It was just ill-timed to peek that corner when 2 were coming around, because that your positioning or your aim is completely off. You're expecting them to not be pushing the exact same time, and it really just was just bad timing ultimately. And that can come from instinct, that can come from, you know, unluck, but ultimately it's going to net the attackers in quite an advantage here with 4-1. Yeah,
and so one of the most boring 20 seconds you'll ever see here is Killjoy just electing to save and just going to chill here at B main. And so we'll take a little bit of a breather here, as a lot of things have developed, a lot of back and forth has happened, but ultimately the attack going to go up to 9-7 here on this map at Ascent. So, you know, that's a huge advantage for Atuzi, who did not pick this map and could ultimately sweep this series and move into the grand finals. And you know that grand finals, Xander, is going to be a 1-map advantage. That's absolutely enormous, especially when you won 2-0 the first time.
Oh, absolutely. And if this team can continue to roll in this fashion, then, you know, I don't see which team in the losers final is going to be able to come up and beat this squad twice in a row, especially when they've been dominant so much. If they come out of this matchup 2-0, that means they'll be undefeated in the grand finals, 3-0 so far, with some really dominant performances. So it's going to be very telling whether or not Minutemen are able to push through and get this one, or whether or not Atuzi's going to be able to roll on.
Yeah, full savior from the defense, so they're really playing towards the next round. They almost accepted 10-7, except for the fact that, well, they find 1 with util here. Well, that thought as they're going to push on the site very quickly. It's going to be Reese that gets the first kill and then follows it up with another one as they hopped into the dark cover to find Skylar and play them down. And so that buy from Killjoy on the defense You know, they need some service, went ahead with the Vandal because they were holding a site by themselves, but now it's been nullified by the fact that the plant's already down on A, and Reese with the third kill. Tuesday gets one, and Equinox joins the party, and they'll move to 10-7 on this one. The save round, of course, for the defense, so as to be expected, but now they need to get around, and very quickly.
Yeah, by no means over. 10-7 is a score line that can flip very quickly in favor of that 7.
Yep.
But it's going to take some excellent play from some of the team's leaders, and honestly, everybody really needs to step up and find some great picks and ultimately get those rounds. I mean, the rounds is the most important thing, clearly. But also, I mean, they can't just do it with no kills. They've got to be able to position, use their util, get the kills, and try and do a little bit of damage to the economy of the offense right now, because they are looking very wealthy.
They are, indeed. In fact, it's probably part of the conversation, too. It's like, we know they're buying rifles. We are as well. We're going to have to push for this one, right? And so because of that, they'll talk it over, see how they can really adjust here as they move back in and try to pull within 2 if they get this one round. But this is the most giant round I think I've ever seen, because you lose this round, then you lose basically everything here for the defense.
Yeah, this one is really important, Bear.
Yeah. Absolutely. You go to 11-7, and you're already down a map as well. And the map that you chose, unfortunately, being a little bit bested by a giant round here for the defense, as looks like they'll have Sage only trying to barrier orb off B, I believe, would be the play. Like Killjoy, util will allow them to rotate away from A without really giving up a whole bunch. You know that the alarm bot will give away everything if they decide to go that route. Instead, they're thinking mid here, a mid push perhaps. The defense has been a little bit lackluster and holding down mid, but taken out is going to be Reese from the Bladestorm from Offaclaw. That is a big pick to start things off, but Harmony going to get one in fine. Z-Pat's trying to go across, but it's going to be Hey Skyler to take them out, and the attack is going to try to rotate here, as you see Tuesday trying to tiptoe his way through tree. And following that same path is going to be Equinox actually around the other way around and taken out by Offaclaw. A great job with the Bladestorm. Gets 3 on this one, and they pull back within 2, a much needed round.
That's such an insane Bladestorm and such a huge win, because the difference is then 11-7, and now 10-8 within 2 striking distance for sure.
Definitely, it feels good too, right? In the process as well. When you use your timeout, you kind of assess what's going on, right? What's happening with our team. You make the adjustment and then you execute. That's the most important part. A lot of teams will make the adjustment, right? Talk it over. But on the other side of it, they just can't quite execute. But for Minutemen, I don't think we expected anything less.
Not only that, they won with enough players still alive on the team that they are able to save a lot of money there in that round win. So not only did they need to win that round or else, but also did it in very good fashion to set them up for success for future rounds.
Exactly right. So now they'll use the attacking and lockdown, but this time it's going to be on the A side versus the B side. Interesting choice in movements here. Look as the defense is just all stacked up in tree. One behind sight, looking towards heaven. And maybe they're trying to distract those who are sitting in heaven, aka Harmony waiting up there. Or waiting below, rather, in hell. A couple things in the process. Hey, Skyler does pick up 1. The res is there too, which was allowed the chance and opportunity to do that because of the dark cover on the front of sight. And now they go back and forth, and it's Equinox here trying to win it out. Harmony going to finish the job. Up to 11-8 is at Tuesday, and looking strong. A good answer back.
Wow, and Harmony just cool as ice there, under pressure, and able to take down several members of the Minutemen. And there's still decent amount of money in favor of the Minutemen. So because they won that last round, like I said, it set them up for success in future rounds. They were able to drop this round, and you don't want to drop 2 more, but you still have enough money to be able to afford a very competitive round here, pushing forward into round, I believe, once.
Yeah, still a 4-spy though, so you really want to win this one. I know obviously you don't want to go to map point against, but still an important one nonetheless. Reese does get one with a Blade Storm, but Z-Pets had already done a little bit of damage here, will force into a 3v3 scenario. The spam's coming out from Needs Some Service, trying to get any kind of damage, but unfortunately he was found in the process and down to 25 HP.
Survives though, that's huge.
It is. Keeps him alive for now. And numbers 2 just a little bit off that mark. Now looking the other way as the attack had fallen back to B main, but they don't know Tuzi's hanging out on the other side of this dark cover on stairs, awaiting the movements. Reese did get one with the Blade Storm. It's on an important member. Off a claw. Does get one with the op. Time running out here on this chance, though. Off a claw does get another one, too. Reese comes behind and gets Channy, and now going to dash in and has the blades in a clear advantage here as the defuse. I don't think it's going to come off in time. He's done enough work here, put in enough of the effort to realize they're not getting away either. And so all the weapons out of the hands of this Minutemen team. And so now it's match points, and they are in quite the pickle here, Xander.
Absolutely. It's rare you see every single member off the map. The bomb doing the rest of the work there. And wow, yeah, needing to really just win 4 straight to even have a chance at overtime. And even then, you're still going up against a squad that has found great success in outpositioning and outplaying in a lot of the steps of the way, especially the fact that they're up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah.
The winner of this, I mean, they're one round away of going to the grand finals. So.
Yeah, pending a miracle here, this will drop Minutemen down to the lower finals, which will be a best-of-1 scenario, and it's against a team they've seen before in Bruin Bonkies as they took care of business 13-2 in the lower side of the bracket semifinals in order to move into that round. But we'll see how it plays out, as right now, even though they are clearly outbots, weapons-wise, it is still even on the count, and the spike is down as well. So, an interesting dynamic. You can't count them out quite yet. Might have spoken a little bit too soon, or have I? Reese able to get that pick as well. So at Tuzi just sitting pretty now. Channy able to pick up one with the stinger. So I don't think I've said that very much in my casting career, but that's what happened. As Defense tries to get it around, Equinox gets one more, and they finish out. And so through the top side of the bracket and into the grand finals is Tuzi Val, as they're able to take this map, Haven, and then extend 2-0 against that great Minutemen team.
I mean, what a job by this team. They were down early in game number 2 and able to really figure things out. I think they were down 5-3 at one point, and then it just started getting a little bit lopsided in favor of Tuzi Val, and they really figured it out.
Yeah, give Tuzi the MVP for the first map, but it was all Harmony on this one. You have to bring in it. Well, you don't have to bring in a Killjoy, but it's definitely a perk if you want to go into Ascent, and you could tell Harmony was just all about it. Comfortable in his own rights. He was able to lock down B, then just switch over to A and do exactly the same thing. Not only on defense, but also on attack. He was just the better of the two. Just won every single trade, it seemed like, at least from my eyes. Not only that, but just a force to be reckoned with throughout mid on the defensive side too. So my MVP there, and I don't think anybody can really argue that was Harmony in that one.
I clearly agree with you. I mean, Harmony every single turn seemed to have a grasp on where people were going to be around the corners and just commanded the battlefield clearly with the 26-13 and performance there. I mean, what a job, and now we're going to have the Minutemen going down to the losers finals to face off against the Bruin Bonkies. Now, it was pretty one-sided in favor of the Minutemen the last time they met up, but you know, the Bruin Bonkies have had time to warm up, get a little bit of time in this this LAN environment, and if it was a nerves thing, we could see a different team here in the losers finals, and it is still a best of one, so even though they lost in the upper bracket, they could still lose the game and ultimately be eliminated. So
that's right. It takes one map, right? And if Bruin is great on this map, then it completely could change the tides. I agree with you, Xander. Shoutouts as well. I do have to give a bit of a shout out to Zpets and Channy, who also performed really well on that map. They didn't really, it didn't seem like I called their name very often in the first round, so to see that in the upper finals was good. Just not enough to best this team, who is outstanding at 2Z Val, is just one step away basically from advancing to PAX and winning $600 for placing first. Now it's going to be a battle of a guaranteed $400. Or a chance to play for $400 rather in the lower finals. So it'll be Baroon Bonkies facing off with Minutemen after this break.
Placing sentry. Here.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Disappear.
Thirty seconds left.
Flashbang.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out.
Got three. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out.
See ya.
No chance.
Spike down
ahead.
B.
Cover going out.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
remaining.
Sentry.
Shock dart. Defeated. Shock dart.
Last player standing.
Placing sentry.
Spikes here.
Blinding. Shadows traveling.
Blocking sight. Enemy kill.
Suppressing.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out. Watch this.
Revealing area.
Here.
Spike down mid.
Good. Bot coming back. Ah, turret down. Ah! No more soba. Swarm grenade out. Out of charges. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
30 seconds left. standing.
Turret out.
Get out of my way!
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Spike down B. Spike planted.
Shot done.
Your duty is not over! Here. You should run. Jet ground.
One enemy remaining.
Blasphemous.
Placing sentry.
Watch them falter.
Turret out.
Shadows traveling.
Spike planted.
You are powerless.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
A fight.
Turret out.
Enemy mark.
Flashbang.
Here.
Right here.
Spike down B. One 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Deploying drone. Enemy tag.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining. Last round before the switch.
Turret out.
Right here.
Shadows traveling.
Spike down A.
Shot down.
Swarm grenade out.
Spike
Get out
planted.
of my way. Auf Wiedersehen. Initiated.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Turret out.
Last player standing.
Concentrate, Sova.
Switching sides.
Placing sentry.
Scanning ahead.
Charges. Cover going out.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Right here.
Placing sentry.
Last player standing.
Here. We go!
One down. Last player standing. Spike down B.
Here. Here. Alarm bot out.
Placing sentry.
Get out of my way! Ah, turn down. Ah!
Got spike down B.
Shot down.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out.
Let us hunt. Revealing area.
I have the spike.
Shut them down. Flash.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Placing sentry. Turret out.
Here. I have the spike.
Placing sentry.
Thirty seconds left. Spike down A.
Initiated.
10 seconds left.
Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Initiated.
Take flight. Enemy. Revealing area. Found them. Scanning ahead.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You failed. Now flee.
Turret out.
Scanning ahead.
You will not kill my allies. Turret out.
Spike planted.
Enemy.
Bye.
Last player standing.
They were not good enough.
Match point.
Placing sentry.
I cannot use that.
Shadows traveling.
30 seconds left.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
It is over.
I need this. Thank you.
Placing sentry.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Here.
Deploying drone.
Neutralized.
Spike down B.
Placing alarm bot. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
No charges left.
Turret out.
Placing alarm bot.
Cover going out.
You should run.
Grenade out.
Spike planted.
Alarm bot out.
Enemy mark. Annihilated. Is traveling.
Nowhere to run!
Turret out.
Last player standing.
Placing sentry.
Here. Get out of my way. Swarm Swarm grenade out.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike. Your duty is not over. Spike planted.
No charges.
Initiated.
I can't use that.
Cover going out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Attackers win.
Welcome back to the Helix Recruiting Showcase in Foxborough, Massachusetts. My name is Bearlight, joined by Zombie Xander. Did you guys miss it? Probably not, because that was a banger of a matchup we just saw without a Xander. Man, what a comeback was brewing there in the lower finals. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be minute that made it to the grand finals.
I mean, honestly, the Baroon Bonkies, they
yes.
looked like they were going to put something special together. They strung together, I think, 7 out of 8 rounds in a row to really start to, I think, make the Minutemen sweat a little bit. But ultimately, you know, they pushed back through, and they're going to go back up against
at Tuesday.
At Tuesday, that's right. And they've got the 1 map advantage here, and it's going to be a tall order to beat the undefeated team twice
It is. Both teams have secured $400 to their names, so that's the good news. But they're playing for $600 here today and a chance to be on the pack stage, and that's the real prize, let's be honest. You're right, it's going to be a one-map advantage for @2Z Val as they were able to 2-0 this same team, Minutemen. We had a feeling that Minutemen would be back into the grand finals. Sure enough, they are, but they're going to have to win 2 maps in order to win out here, and the job starts right back where they started the first time these two teams met on Haven.
I mean, it looked like they were able to start to figure out some things. That last game that they played ended up being pretty close, and if they need to get that really early start to sort of figure out and gain that confidence that they need to be able to push through and get game number 1 and just make it an equalizer best of 1 to see who takes it all, I think that that's really what's going to set the tone. Can anybody step up and pop off? Can they take command of the game, take command of the rounds, win convincingly enough to really get that confidence moving forward?
And the starting sides are going to be exactly the same as we had last time, so it will be @2Z on attack and Minutemen on defense to begin this round. And when that happened, it was a 9-3 half, so to begin things. So that is a strong start. If @2Z gets to that level, it's going to be tough for Minutemen, but like you said, they were pushing back a little bit towards the end. It ended up at a 13-7 count, so I mean, not all is lost with the bad half, but you're going to want to start strong. Otherwise, it could be one map and done here, Xander.
Yeah, but I think that the Minutemen, you know, gaining a little bit more confidence, coming off of another victory against Baroon, they potentially can use that boost to give them, that sort of confidence. I keep talking about confidence, but confidence is everything.
It is, yeah.
You know, just outside of I think talent is very important as well, but the confidence with the team, the communication, everything really translates into a victory. So we're going to go ahead and hop into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And this is your grand finals.
That's right, amped up, Chad. We want to see you here as we want to see who you're cheering for as well. We saw a lot of supporters of Minutemen. We also saw some Monkey fans as well earlier. If you're still sticking around, we appreciate you joining us for this one as Haven has begun. And @2Z going to start off with a quick push, also bringing in a KO here, which is not always uncommon at Haven, although it's not the most common pick overall. A KO it just allows you to, with a 0 points, really push sides quickly, which we've seen @2Z do before, especially 2Z himself.
Oh, look at that!
With a clean shot right off the bat here on the defensive side. Nicely done.
Absolutely. I couldn't quite tell if that was through the box or not,
Again.
but look at Z-Pets. 3! This is an insane start, and they're going to take round number 1.
Confidence coming in with the Sheriff, knowing that you have that shot in your back pocket and then burying it to begin things. Much better start here as they just absolutely pop off early. Minutemen looking strong early with that pistol round win will allow them to buy some Spectres on their ends. And, well, actually looking like Spectres both ways. So an interesting choice of Econ there. But, I mean, back to Minutemen, they needed a strong start. That's definitely the way to do it, is to win that pistol round.
Yeah, and @2Z Val, they wasted no time with that really quick push over there into C. And really, they didn't get anything for it. Honestly, it really just kind of netted 2Z a little bit of damage done from that turret, but ultimately they weren't able to get a pick, so it was still even numbers. In the retake, just they were able to take their time a little bit and utilize some pretty insane shots from Z-Pets, and we've got a Crew Dice getting the first kill down onto Chan. And Z-Pets sitting back here once again. Wow, with the shock dart down onto 2Z. Now still 4v4. Right there. And the rotations come through. How about a jet in your face of Offaclaw doing some big movement there. I think probably catching him by surprise, but needs some service once again. Wow. And that's finally going to get taken down by Reese. And what a flurry of kills coming out of 2Z to take round number 2.
This is the best Reese has looked all night long. So love that this is definitely the time to step up and able to do that on the KO as well, which we've seen very little of. Obviously, we saw a KO in the last matchup in the lower finals, and so bringing KO into Haven and finding a little bit of success off the bats and able to even this at even rounds at 1, when really they should have lost it after losing pistol, but a good answer back, a clapback if you will. So, on scoreline as the attack winds up for their next. Looks like a default to really discover and find out more about where they split themselves up here with the Haven defense, and leaning towards C with this side. Unfortunately, the dark cover kind of covering it for Reese. He's going to flash into sight, try to catch him sleeping with Shanny, but actually going to eat bullets from Reese as he was up close and personal in your face. Take down the headshot, and now planting on this C site. Attack's got it down. Now another one from Harmony showing up, showed up in a big way in the upper finals and continues that same streak. Skylar does tag 1, 2 with the Ghost, and now backtracking, he will be chased down eventually. It's Rexgator that gets the kill. It'll be a teammate, and up to 2-1 for the attack.
Wow, and it's not often you see that equalizer round in round number 2, but Tuzi coming out strong there, and then reaping the benefits of round number 3 for it. And now they're going to be quite handsomely rewarded with a nice full buy here, and going to be able to utilize a little bit of the money they earn from that and the advantage in rounds. So we'll see how the Minutemen are able to respond.
Yeah, they made a few changes. Chandy switching from the Sky. Last time we saw them on Haven to Omen. Need some service. Changing from Omen to Killjoy as well, so found a little success in round 1, but since then a couple of wins back-to-back to it's Rexgator making a lot of noise on that A side to pull 4 over to the A side. Meanwhile, it's a fake to the other side, and they're going to get the plant off here. Reese gets it down, and they have 2 on site. The thing is, because there was a fake, it's going to a long way for them to come around to try to rotate in, and they've lost 2 in the process.
Yeah, and not to mention, I mean, the fact that the big rotations like that. Wow, Rexgator with 2, that's huge. Alpha Claw finally taking him down. 2 to 3 here. That's Tuzi with 1. Nice little equalizer kill, but Z-Peds, don't mess with him. Tuzi taking him down. Now 1v1. And Channy gonna take down Tuzi for the equalizer here. Plenty of time to defuse. I say plenty, but it wasn't quite plenty. It was about 5 seconds left.
A little bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, a little bit.
I would have liked to see more time killed for Tuzi there. I don't know if it's because they're so confident coming off of that last win in the upper finals, but really the goal there is to play time. They have to fake the defuse. Otherwise, if they're going to try to defuse all the way, all you have to do is kind of step over and get that kill. So, not sure if Tuzi was just kind of toying with them a little bit, but either way, I mean, money on the line. I wouldn't think so. Either way you draw it up, it's going to be a 2-2 scoreline here, and the attack will try and start over and regain some of that momentum.
Well, honestly, sometimes when you've just beaten the team just prior, with like they did just a second ago, sometimes your game plan, when you see all of a sudden now like, oh, they're actually, you know, playing back a little bit and competing well with us, sometimes your game plan goes out the window because all of a sudden, you know, your nerves come into play a little bit, and now we see a 2-2 ball game, and offense now already 2 picked off.
Yeah, Paranoia will not land, so that'll allow the attack to step up once. But Z-Peds is hiding in the corner, but they will sniff him out and get that kill into the corner, as Harmony will plant the spike and set up to try and defend off this retake attempt here. Is off a claw with that operator, as we've seen so many times in the past. He'll try to find his way through. Ecodox, meanwhile, at 5 HP, no way to heal, as they did bring in a chamber versus a Sage, and they will go down. It'll be a retake, and a pretty easy one, at least it seemed that way for the Minutemen, and they will go up 3-2 in this one.
And honestly, it looked like it could have been pretty bad loss there, because Z-Pets had perfect positioning, had an opportunity to end the round right there. All the enemies lined up in his scope and only able to take out 1, while the other 2 of Twosies, they took out, I think, 3 of the defense, so making it an even ball game. A lot of nerves there going into the retake, and they're able to execute, and that's huge. They've retaken the lead, and any lead you have in this ball game is going to be super important, especially because everything's on the line. You lose a game here, if you're Minutemen,
You want to play?
got
Let's
second place in
play.
this
Get
tournament.
out of my way.
All of a sudden, you blink and it's done. Now lined up to the C side. We'll have a lot of util, and then in the Hunter's Fury they have to deal with as well. It's going to be an uphill battle to try to get on site, but they handle it super well.
What am I
My
watching?
goodness, as
Oh my
Reese just
goodness.
pushes on this side into their faces to push them off again. And, you know, this will force a retake attempt here for Minutemen, but honestly, they've been successful in it the past couple of times, so they're not afraid to kind of back off the site and then retry again with the retake. Especially when Aqua's got that snipe. That being said, Harmony does use the Tour de Force to snipe with his own in order to get a kill there. And down to 1 attacker to try to hold off this side. I don't think it's very likely, as Zepet's already going for the defuse, knowing that there's no way, just has to spam through. Gets a kill in the process, maybe wasn't even aiming that way, it was just for that, but it won't matter much, as the defenders and Minutemen able to jump up to a 4-2 lead now.
Yeah, executing that spike defusal, I think, using the blind that they had there, or not the blind, the smoke, or I guess the limiting of the vision ultimately is the same. It was smart, you know, you throw bodies in the way of the diffuser and ultimately it'll work out, and so that's what they have. They're now up 2 rounds and in good shape.
Yeah,
I've been really impressed with their retake so far.
Yeah, they like to back off site, you know. You don't have to take the fight just because they're in your face. Just like Reese when he jumped out and was causing issues. You know, take a second, back up, make sure you don't die on site. Make sure you have the numbers for the retake. You're pretty confident in it when it's happened, so I definitely agree with that motion.
Yeah, what you do when you back off like that is the only downside is you put a 45-second timer on your ability to retake that space, to be able to force the fights, and time necessarily isn't on your side in that instance, but so far they've let them plant and they've been able to retake every time, and it's been pretty solid. Wow, nice kill from Harmony onto Hey Skylar. Zepet's returning the favor to Toozy. Harmony with a second. Gonna be able to find a third, a fourth. No, Channy finally taking down the Juggernaut, and now it's going to be 3-2 in favor of the offense.
Cover going out.
Now, some rotations as the teams try to figure out exactly where the next move will be.
And we have this guy with a dark cover to back his sight. That'll force Zepet
30 seconds left.
to have
Spike
it, where the dark
planted.
cover wasn't exactly placed where it needed to go. It was very open in a way. And so it'll jump up to
Scanning
try
ahead.
and get the advantage from
Deploying drone.
the top side. The Alotron waits himself, does get the scan, but he's also revealed in the process.
player
Sova
standing.
v Sova, where he's able to get a kill there pretty easily. This should be an easy win as Zepets will back off, sure enough. He wants to save a weapon. I'm not surprised, especially when you have the lead and you want to make sure your econ is not hurting towards the end of this game, where you know for a fact that Tuesday had your number the last time we saw him.
Not to mention, you know this game is going long. So
Yeah.
the way that they've been kind of going neck and neck so far, definitely going to be seeing this one into the later rounds of the game. Now 4-3. And 2, I think, has been the largest lead we've seen so far over 6 rounds, and now just down to 1 in the 7th.
Zepet's going to drop that operator. So that way Aqua able to jump into to take its place, and he'll have to buy accordingly.
Turn out.
Meanwhile, TSC coming off that
Placing
round
swarm
win
grenade.
will be a little bit
Placing
more
swarm
confident
grenade.
in their strategies here. C has been locked down for the most part with Killjoy's utility and the fact that they're able to just hold down via operator. So I'm surprised that they're going to try to attack it here. They must be pretty confident in their play. Maybe they have something drawn up beforehand prior that leads them to believe that C is the right direction to go, at least for the time being, as they do bait a few over. It's Needs some service that's kind of lingering in garage, but able to pick out Z-Pets as he got a little bit too antsy and jumped up a little bit too far forward, a little aggressive in his positioning. As Shady does a little bit of damage there, but when he hops out, is he able to win that trade somehow? Well, I guess it was Vandal versus Pistol, and that's going to be off a claw with the operator, and now trying to get the retake as well. There's two of them available. What they don't know is lingering around sewers is Tuesday, just waiting for them to move. They come around with the flame. But now that they made noise, he will hop out to try and support. Alpha Claw clears one corner. Has about 3 more corners to clear, though. That's the issue, as now they come around the side, but behind the box is where they'll be. They spam through, and they knew they just call a shoulder, and that's all it takes. And they spam through.
Wow.
Need some service. His intuition is ridiculous. What a way to clean that up.
Was that
Oh,
important?
man. Saw that cloudburst coming out and knew the angle to take down the hallway to be able to fire through the cloudburst and get really, I mean, it's to a degree of luck, but also it's knowing your angles, knowing exactly where you need to be firing, and that's exactly that experience that paid off for Need Some Service, and now lead back to 2.
Yeah, only a handful of places they can be once you eliminate the fact that they weren't in the other areas, which are were completely covered. So it's just a process of elimination in your mind as far as where they will be, and they chose correctly with the spam, knowing that they were still there. Excellent work, excellent rounds. The 5 to 3 is A-Long seems to be the push. The defender's kind of held up in B right now. An interesting collapse there of defensive talent.
Let's play.
But they do know that Shandy's up there in heaven, so the dark cover will take care of that. Make sure nobody can see, as now they'll be forced down the steps and into the back of sight, which is going to be well covered here by the attack. At Tuesday, they lose a round, but they hop directly back out. That being said, Alpha Claw able to connect there. We'll find Harmony with that shot. And now a Killjoy out with the lockdown, so it'll be a great time to, defensive time to pull that out for Need Some Service. As looking for the defuse here, the dark cover will cover them in the process. Needed for spam, but the attack had been bested. They knew it, so they'll back off and save weapons.
And that very first pick from Alpha Claw down onto Harmony. Harmony, the MVP of the winners bracket finals, really.
Yeah.
Being able to take out such a key player early on can really set the tone, make a huge impact on the killing power of that team. And as we know, just how many kills Harmony was able to secure in that final game. I think 26 to be totaled up. And at this level of competition, that is just insane.
Absolutely. Well, we talked about, how these are the same starting sites and a completely different result, but once you've seen the way that this team likes to approach, remember, these teams haven't seen the other team play and compete before this event happened, and so now that you've gotten a little sneak peek of it in previous rounds, it's all about the adjustment of Minuteman, which is why they have the 6-3 lead. But Reed's going to try to change things. Tuesday in there as well. In their faces, we'll get 3, and plenty of space to work with 2, and Skylar will be held out in garage. They know exactly where he's at, too. They'll take him out. Shanny down in the process, too. Not only was it a flawless round, it was a quick round at that. So again, another answer from Tuesday.
Wow, and that drone coming through really put Alpha Claw on the Alpha foot. And, I mean, had to reposition. All of a sudden, you've got Tuesday flying in your face with a close-range weapon, and you're trying to hide around this box and hopefully get a quick scope from everybody following up that path. And just wasn't able to secure that shot. And you kind of get into a sticky situation at that point because you've got nowhere to go. And they were netted with that flawless round, and now I believe the defenders are going to be taking the timeout, sort out exactly what's going on, because at Tuesday Val, they're able to string together some rounds, and you give one, you're probably going to give 4 after that one if you're not careful. So this is a smart timeout by this squad to take a beat and go, okay, we can do this. Let's just settle down. We can't lose the game. We can't lose rounds to that end. So
Definitely. Well, now's your chance to register for Carry to College. We have Valorant as one of the featured games. That's May 14th to 15th. You can check out the registration page. It will be linked in chat. Also, League of Legends and Call of Duty to be included in that as well. So make sure you register today at staypluggedin.gg/events. So now, you're right, momentum will be swinging in the fashion of 2Z, so that timeout is definitely a good one because you want to stay ahead of the game. Remember, they're 3 steps ahead. You have to match that energy. As 2Z with the classic dash in. Unfortunately, he missed the top box, or maybe he was just trying to throw him off. Being a little bit more patient and holding them at arm's length, which is what they're doing here with the dark cover on the far side of the spike plant area. As now looking off and taking out one of them is Off a Claw, as he has done multiple times on this map. He is a key opper.
And now this is interesting because you just saw Off a Claw with the op, and you decided to back all the way down this long hallway, giving the potential advantage to this operator. And well, I say that, but 2Z just spraying down the hallway. Doing a great job. They're going to have to watch that left side. Hunter Spirit coming through. And this is, I think a little bit of damage going down, but it's not going to be enough for the elimination.
Here.
Now just 2 remaining on the offense to hold, but Rex Gator taking down Z-Pets and needs some service.
Wow.
Defense scrambling a little bit, and they're not going to be able to get the defuse. And what a round from those 2.
Yeah, Off a Claw was picking away at the attack there to try to keep him off it, but 2Z just held strong, held to their angles, trusted in the process, and able to just grab that extra point here, or that extra round here to pull it within 1. So the timeout was trying to keep Minutemen on track. Didn't really accomplish that, or maybe it gave a little bit more time for 2Z to kind of figure out what they wanted to do different to even stay an extra step ahead.
Potentially. Big round here coming up. Last round before the swap, so spent that money. And if the Minutemen able to secure the 7-5, then we go to the pistol rounds. Able to secure that one. All of a sudden, we got quite the lead, but we are far from that. As, Rex Gator going down, so just 3 left on the attack to the 4 of the defense. 2Z going to be rotating around.
And already used his Blade Storm, by the way, and although able to pick off 1, it seems, it seemed like his mechanics were just on point for it as well. But yeah, you're right, they're going to be down a man, working their way over, considering a mid-push here, perhaps maybe to C, as they have a trailer here with 2Z. Winning back in kind of a sandwich play here, as you see Omen kind of halfway through as they kind of feel out the C site now. Meanwhile, Off a Claw waiting back, has the angle here, but sneaking around this corner. This is going to be a good play for him, but he still gets him. How did he take out Reese there? And with the op at close range, he had him turned around.
Wasn't even looking.
In the 180, what a classic move. My goodness, this guy is great with the op. The follow-up, and it misses, though. So you make a great play, but Ecrodux able to just return it to him, as that was not quite how he wanted that round to end. But either way,
that money's going away, so it doesn't matter. We're at a full reset, and the 2-round advantage off to the Minuteman.
Switching sides.
Men.
Nailed it. That's but yeah, that was I can't even sum that up. That was incredible.
That's where that round, you need plays like that. I was talking about that before the game. You need plays like that, because if that doesn't go their way, all of a sudden Off a Claw goes down, you've got that op down, and you have now a tie ball game with how many people on either side alive. But instead, it becomes a 4-2, and they're able to just, use the numbers that they have to be able to overwhelm 2Z. So here we go. Second halftime, back to pistols.
All the pressure in the hands of Minutemen, who will transition over to their attack here, which wasn't as strong, but Harmony with the headhunter from that distance. It's so deadly, right? It's just an amped up version of the Sheriff, which he's already good with. Oh my goodness, look at him picking, trying to get it, but he could not find it. He was so close. every single shot, all three, but could not connect. And so they'll have to kind of re-strategize here as the spike has been picked up. It'll move its way towards C, as in garage is a majority of the defense here. They work around. Reese able to get one with the ghost, but it's returned and traded out by Z-Pets. Wait here at the front of C site, trying to figure out where they might come from. They have a feeling that Channy is in garage, and then sure enough, that's where he's at. And Z-Pets just getting his way through as he is on the backside of C. Needs some service, gonna watch the back of site while Z-Pets is planting, and now that gives Needs some service all the information he needs that they're on the backside. Or is it enough as Tuesday comes across, gets the kill as well? It'll be a defuse here, and they're back within one yet again.
That's a nice flank from Tuesday to catch the offense unawares there. You know, they're pretty sure everybody was in that back hallway, and to get the long shot with the pistol, and now they're going to be able to go into round number 2 with some weaponry here. I say round number 2 of the second half.
I love it. A quick correction. You'll love to see it. So one more round win would be a tie here at 7, which is completely different. That'd be the first time that Miniman hasn't led on this map this time around. It is crazy to say it after last time, and we knew it happened then. The lineup here from Z-Pets is he's going to go in with some intel right off the bat to try to find out where everybody is on A. They will find Rex Skater, but that's the only one staring down. And it's A long in the process. So Harmony will rendezvous out and play a stronger C presence, which is actually the right move, as they're lined up completely for that C long place. Off a claw, we'll take a peek, see where they're at. Had the opportunity, and that's a rare miss from him.
I mean, that jump peak really strong, and a nice job because Off a Claw is dialed in on that headshot height. Yep. And needed to adjust. Obviously, with the op, you can kind of shoot wherever you want, but with that particular gun, you need to hit the head, and needed to adjust, and that's the reason for that big miss. Nice use of the jump, and still 4-4. Now some rotations coming around, going to use some utility to try and take this point. And hey, Skylar taking down Ecrodox,
who had flown over there as Omen. Obviously, you can
30 seconds
teleport over, but Harmony making great use out of his rendezvous here. But down is Tuesday as he fell from heaven, and Hey Skylar was able to find him as well. A great pick off that time by Off a Claw. It's funny because it was the same standoff, but this time he's able to land it and gets it again. Man, with a Marshall at short range. We've seen that so many times in up to 8 rounds now.
You've got to be kidding me. That was insane. And it all kind of, I feel like a lot of the pressure coming with Tuesday coming from that top side kind of had a little bit of a misplay with the dash into the cloudburst. And so it was a little bit of out of position and was able to take him out. And then, I mean, what a standoff there to be able to get 2 short-range quick scopes. Wow, Off a Claw really stepping up.
Was mono multiple times with Reese the KO on the other side, and was able to win that in short range again. Off a Claw gonna take out Tuesday. You might as well just keep the Marshall too. Ecrodox doing, oh my goodness, that's 3 with the Marshall.
One more?
This man is loaded. He's looking for it. He's got an idea of where they are too, but hey, Skylar's gonna ruin that one. He stopped it. He wanted it so bad, but at the end of the day, if you win rounds, you love to see it. So they're up to 9 rounds now, and all because Off a Claw popped off.
Now do you stick with the Marshall? You go up to the op? I mean, it's working, so.
Yeah, you go up to the op. It's more damage, but I mean, but vibes though, right?
Oh,
if you're vibing with a
hard vibes.
But it's the Marshall versus an operator. This is, chat, let us know what he should do here. It's obviously operator, right? Or do you just keep the same vibes?
I don't know. It's working.
Over and over again. I'm at a loss of words here.
Yeah, me too. Oh, Harmony
Spike
taking
down.
down the first of the game or round. There's Harmony with the second one down onto Z-Pets.
I got the spike.
Need some service. Trying to get a little bit of revenge. as that long sight line. Just trying to get some back and forth, maybe some long range damage. Maybe a pick, that would be nice, but Rex Skater gonna take out off a claw. Now Shock Dart going down. It's not gonna do much there. Standoff on this corner.
Nano Swarm. Did he get enough on
13 health. Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no, he threw another one, of course. Well, you knew the bear. They're struggling, they're trying to shoot it down, so you might as well finish
needs
the
some
job,
service
and
with
he's
the
on
one.
it. My goodness, here comes this Spike Planner. He's gonna win it out instead. He gets picked out by Reese.
That's the second time that flank has been the flaw, the one place they weren't looking. And
otherwise, timing's been great. Yeah.
Every other time, yeah. No, I mean this time it was Reese, and that's a good round by Tuzi because they needed to kind of stem a little bit of the bleeding because they were losing rounds here in the second half, and it was starting to get a little unmanageable. But now, pull within 2.
Yep. Off a claw, as expected, is top fragging right now. It's a lot of those kills came from the Marshall. With the Tour de Force gets the first kill and only used 1 bullet to do it. He'll have 4 more, as Claw will have 20 more in his Vandal, as he's able to take out Tuzi. A change of pace from his Operator, but he will definitely take that kill. Either way, Operator or Vandal, you have an advantage from that far range, so he'll take advantage of that. So now through Sewers, which they haven't really done much of before in the past. Equidux on the other side, though, in the corner that he favors so often. And also on the back of side is Harmony with that Tour de Force that went nowhere. Hoping that people forgot about it. Equidux going to find off a claw and Channy. Needs some service though, gets both of them in the process though. And now we'll be back to 2-on-2. Hunter's Fury coming out, but really to just find anybody. It's Zepets that he does pick up. That was huge. And now they're both on a site.
And once again, needs some
down.
service. The last player alive.
Now
And once again, Reese with the final kill of the round.
And now they have to wait for the Killjoy. So you kind of disrupt their process a little bit, but at the end of the day, it will be a round 1 for the defenders here. They did a great job handling that. I feel like it's hard to hold on to that lockdown, but maybe at a later time would have been the right call, where you detain anybody in the range and force them off the spike in order for enough time to pass beforehand. I just don't think there's much you could do in that 1v3 situation.
Yeah, able to take at least 1 out, but then they started coming from either side, and you get pinched, and it unfortunately was at the time when he had just planted the spike. And so at a time of a little bit of vulnerability, and unfortunately for the offense there, unable to secure that double-digit round. And we got just within 1.
Yeah, we got a timeout on the board here. It looks like Miniman will think this one through, and not a bad idea, because you've let Tuzi Val stick around in this matchup after you had such a strong start. I mean, I say you allow them to stick around, but really they're taking it on their own front, as they've been really good. Either way, they're within 1.
And once again, we see Harmony leading the charge, just getting those early picks and making it work, keeping at Tuzi Val in the game.
No doubt about it. So the timeout just about to come back. Just about to come back from our timeouts. Me and Zombie Xander here with you on the call here tonight for the Helix Recruiting Showcase. Again, the winner will advance to PAX. And the showcase at PAX tomorrow begins at 10:30 a.m. on the PAX Arena channel. So make sure you check that out at twitch.tv/PAX Arena. You can find me on Twitter at Bearlight Gaming and Zombie Xander at Zombie Xander as well. Keep up with all the news that is happening this weekend. Claw gonna pop the Blade Storm now. We'll look around, take a peek, see who's in mid. The answer is not a whole lot, except for
Nowhere to run.
For Zepets, who is waiting there in mid. The Hunter's Fury will find 1 touch, but that's about it. So they'll have to rethink it. Garage is probably the choice here, as now you see the flank here.
I cannot
around
use
the
that.
side. This will be Tuesday looking for anybody if he can find some, but he is forced back off of it because of the util usage of the attack. Meanwhile, they're just slow playing it and kind of keeping eyes on Garage.
Yeah, I mean, this offense is definitely slowed down a little bit. They're not really sure where the defense is at the moment. They have an idea through a couple doorways, but it's wow, Equinox with the flank taking down Z-Pets. Now perhaps the offense knowing where this flank might be coming from. Offaclaw is going to go find out for sure with a full commitment, using the ultimate there to take down Tuzi. Needs some service with Rex Gator. And now 3-2 advantage to the offense. They're going to need to plant. That's exactly what they do. Need some service with Reese. And now just one defender remaining. Equinox. Let's see if going to try and put some pressure on this spike or just hang out. And it doesn't seem like just hang out is in the cards, as they know that with a round loss here, it's going to be a 10-8 game. It's going to happen either way.
Yeah, Equinox was a little eager there, was thinking about backing off for a second. It made a whole lot of noise, right, at C main, as he just kind of sat there and you could hear, you know, he was going to try to go for it regardless, but they had him picked out from the get-go. And so a great job for Minutemen trying to keep up with this pace, and you know they've done a great job of it up until this point. But this is where they really need to pull through, where clutch plays are going to come into handy here. And I don't know if we've seen a whole lot of clutch out of this team, so now would be the time to really prove that they have it in them, that they have the clutch gene. Is Harmony going to wait for, needs some service to come through, gets the kill, will rendezvous out as well, so now they don't know where he's at. He will be lingering in B in the time. Reese with a good pick there, and that's a big one too, on one of the biggest fraggers there in Offaclaw. But that being said, hey, Skylar will pick up one, and that's 2 total to bring us back to a 3v3.
And now, both teams going to show respect to each other and just try and play it a little bit slower, as they know that this round, very important, as you know, the game's coming to a close.
It is. You can tell that they want to keep some utility here for whenever this spike goes down from the defense, and the attack is thinking the same thing to keep it there. The Rolling Thunder to get everybody off of C. The thing is, there was nobody there in the first place, but they didn't want to take any chances regardless. They want this spike down, and sure enough, it will go down. And now a 2T coming from the backside to sites. It'll be Equinox Garage and trying through the front of site as well. They're debating which way is the right way to go. And sure enough, to the side, through the side as well, as Rex is going to come with them. Hey, Skylar lingering in this dark cover and gets one through it. That's great intuition himself, but Equinox able to get one in the process. And now the defuse attempt, just faking it, but they're able to get the kill because they knew it in a disgusting finish. What a round for Minutemen.
Wow, and what a finish, though. I mean, backing off down that hallway and playing that nearly perfection. I mean, the aggression from one of them to push through and try and get a pick, and then just playing, knowing exactly where that spike was planted, and despite not having vision, and putting the damage down so that ultimately it was going to be a 1v2, and then finished it up. Now 11-8. It's looking like a completely different grand finals from the winners finals. I'll tell you what, Bear.
Yeah, remember, if they win this one, if Minutemen finds a way to close this out, then it's one map to decide it all. Which is crazy to me, seeing as Tuesday had their number the first time around. Maybe a little bit of that time off not coming in handy. The warm-up maybe not helping them when they have that time up. This team is warm off a win in Minutemen. And they are able to trade out 1-for-1 here when they were discovering if B was the right option. The problem is that one that they took out of the attackers was the spike carrier. And so because of that, they can all converge on B. This is a terrible situation for the attacker of Minutemen, because you just have them closing up everything on the defensive side and can pinch in an instance. So they have to figure out a clever way to get through, and while they're thinking about it, Harmony comes through and gets one kill on Shanny, and they will force him back with Aftershock, but Z-Pats will land one, but is very low on HP, so we'll have to be careful with how he approaches this next little bit. They do have this spike in hand, though, and they're rotating A, but Harmony gets both of them in the process from that distance. Spike back down, and sure enough, it'll be a 2-on-1. This will be so difficult. Boy needs some service, but he's taking out one. It'll be a 1v1. And sets up the doors with Equinox. Great job to position himself through window and take it out. Excellent work there.
Oh my gosh, I wasn't really sure what that flank was going to pay off with, but ultimately it led to the round-winning kill, and that was outstanding. You know, just having the patience and not really allowing. Obviously, the two-piece that Harmony had to stop the rotation out of B was huge. But then going down to need some service, and Equinox, I mean, Needs some Service had no idea where Equinox was.
Yeah, not a chance. So back within 2 now, as well played. And once that spike went down, I had a feeling it was going to be difficult right where it was positioned. And I thought Mimmin did a great job to pick it up, but then Harmony out of nowhere, out of thin air from B side all the way down to where it links to A, and he was able to get those couple of picks in the process. Now lined up at A long. It's going to be Offaqual and the gang, as they will wait for their chance to attack. And I don't think they know for a fact that Skylar's just chilling in this corner on the right side. But now they know as they spam through it, they get the intel they need. They force their way through this one with an aggressive push down A long. And it's so difficult to find some cover there on that A long if they know you're there. So now Breach, aka Skylar with low HP and trying to kind of backtrack with Spike in hands, and we'll get some support as he rotates around.
And of course, Bear, we were dreaming of this game going to a final map for you know, all the cash, all the prizes, that, you know, the next steps. But then we may have gotten too far ahead of ourselves, as you know, of course, the game was far from over, and now we've got this squad and Tuzi Val just storming back. And potentially, I mean, this game is not over.
No, I have a feeling this one's going to be very close. Perhaps our first overtime of the night as well. Imagine that happens in the grand final of the decider. Very possible at this point.
No charges.
I think the attack was trying to bait them out with a fake rotate around the B side. It won't matter because the defenders will ultimately end up winning this round just by time alone. Lots of money saved here for Minutemen, so they'll go back to work here.
Yeah,
and
both teams saving tons of money there, as really nobody end up going down, save one on either team.
Need a drop.
So it's a round win for the defenders, and they're just going to reset and try again.
Look at the numbers there as far as trades go for TZ Val, as far as their frags go. Not the best looking KDAs down the board, and yet they're still within 1. That's crazy to me, how they're just able to be resourceful when they need to be. But also, it kind of indicates to me that their econ's not exactly where they want it to be either. In that, I think Minutemen's been doing a better job in that regards.
They're finding ways to win, though, and that's what's important.
Absolutely right. So now through mid is the idea. He's the only one inside. It's the only one they've seen as well.
You should run.
Guard cover, gonna cover that out. And I guess it's gonna be need some service. It's going to lock down the B site. Will force everybody off that site, which means they want to make that push eventually.
Spike down.
I just don't know if it's gonna be effective, especially when Harmony's able to pull out the tour de force and do that. Force them off of this one. They will pick up the spike and try to head towards C. They will have back of sight in the process. Z-Pets just opened up everything on this C site. It'll be a retake attempt here for 2Z Val at best. Plan was going down here.
30 seconds left.
It does.
And there we go.
And now we get to play retake.
Now the timer starts. And they were, you know, a little bit out of position to have a very quick retake. And we see one of our classic strategies for how they hold on to this site by backing on down this hallway and try and put whatever fire they can down. But there's no visibility.
The dark cover and the cloud burst might be enough. Did he get to it? He does. It's diffused. And they will even it at 11. Tuzi. Man, oh man, did he have some hair on his chest to put that one away as he just used the dark cover and then in addition, the cloudburst to get on for the diffuse. They had the front of sights smoked out as well, which is where all the attackers were to try and defend that retake, and it was just perfect, worked out perfectly for him.
I also think there was just so much fire and commotion happening at that time that being able to hear for the defuse was next to impossible at that point. And you know, you can kind of assume if there's a cloudburst down on the bomb that you're probably going to need to fire at it a little bit, but there was so much commotion, really well done by the defenders to simultaneously diffuse and create a bit of havoc in that moment to be able to get that done. And now we're tied at 11, Bear. What a game.
Bit of a distraction. Also, shout out to Zombie Xander for bringing back the word commotion. Love that. Haven't heard that term in so long. But it's so appropriate. Yeah. Either way, we will see if they work their way towards seeds. The plan, Garage should be in control of attackers. I just don't think they know that there's nobody really pushing that area.
Oh, and there's that jump peak from before. Not gaining any information.
Thunder gonna open up that C side, but then the timing is perfect there on the backside for Equinox, who will try to hop in and really cause anything that he can. Distraction-wise, with Harmony going to trade off on Claw. Doozy on and needs some service. Now the spike will go down. And they continue to press here, but it's still even at 3 here. And the Hunter's Fury will land on Shanny as they dash into sight. Hey, it's Skylar in the perfect position, but Rex gonna trade him out. He couldn't get to. And now the defuse is faked, trying to get T-Peds out. They bait him out, and Tuzi able to get the defuse. And now Zombie Xander, it's crazy to say, but it's true. Tuzi Val is just 1 round away from the $600 in the pack showcase.
I mean, what a comeback they've mounted here. 4 in a row. And now, all the pressure forced by as much as you can, because this is it.
Do or die here for Minutemen. They look so strong there on the defense to begin things, and now on the attack, they've been doing just about everything right. And then Tuzi Val has just had a little bit of an advantage on the backside of things. And so now we will see match points. Can Tuzi Val pull it off? Will they be advancing to the pack showcase? That is an excellent start to that, as the operator from Harmony gonna land on one of their best fraggers as well. And now a chance to close out here, as they will get a little bit aggressive. As Tuzi jumping out into a long and considering hopping through Garden to challenge on the backside. Might not be a bad idea here to catch him off guard. I say fortune favors the bold in this instance, especially when you're 1 round away and you know everything on the minds of Minutemen. It's just, you know, you have to be perfect. Maybe you can just catch him off guard in the process, overthinking the process, but instead it will be a garage push here.
But by playing like this with this long flank, you are not playing your numbers advantage.
However, 3 kills come through. The plan should be down here. Harmony will tag along with the operator, though, and now has a chance as the Nanoswarm comes out. He sees him, but he can't connect, and needs some service, able to kill Harmony off this one. It's all up to Tuzi to try and finish this, but it's going to be a lockdown. And so Tuzi's going to try to defuse instead, and he baits a couple out. He couldn't do it, though, as they heard the defusal right away, turned around, got the kill, but Tuzi had an idea to go for that before the Killjoy lockdown could even happen. Imagine if that was the case.
Fairlight, we've got overtime in the grand finals.
So excited. The first time it happens all night. How appropriate that it's here in the grand finals. A chance for Minutemen to stay alive. A chance to close out for Tuzi Val, who can get the 2 wins to either advance to the next map or advance to the next city.
Oh,
I
like that.
That's pretty good.
That's very good.
Somebody clip that. That's good. Move on. Overtime begins here, and so therefore it'll be The Minutemen back on defense. Of course, you switch sides whenever overtime begins. So now things switch completely. As what was working so well for 2Z now will have to be re-examined as they will jump out onto attack. They're going to push on. Instantly beside, but needs some service. Jumped right into the smoke. Knew that the dash was coming. It was very obvious because 2Z has been doing that all night. Oh yeah. So he just jumps in and causes commotion. As Skylar able to take out Reese as well. A flash in the process.
Flash.
The cross.
Oh, another!
Comes in. Oh, but Rexgator returning the favor himself. He's got 3. He'll need 5, though, to continue this. And Offaclaw was on the backside of things, and they're 1 round away themselves now as they flip the coin, and perhaps going to force another map.
Oh my goodness! And what big brain plays there? You see your enemy doing something all night, and then jumping into that cloudburst at the same exact time, knowing that maybe this will pay off, and it absolutely did. I don't know if he was expecting somebody to be in his own smoke, and that worked out beautifully.
Yeah. Dashing into that cloudburst is a very common thing to do, and so just why not just hop in and challenge it? And especially when Tuesday's not thinking about that. He's thinking about, you know, the next play after he hops out of the smoke. Where are they going to be located after that? He just got denied from the B site.
Here.
Try to go back on the attack now, but just as strong on the defense is going to be 2Z Val as they press and get a couple kills. Shani does get 1, but 2Z will find Z-Pets, and Reese will close it off, so back to an even 13-13.
We've got extra rounds, Bear.
If you continue that up, we might go to like 17, 18 rounds, especially the way they've been playing defense here. So.
Yeah, it's back and forth.
Yeah, it's crazy how these two teams can just keep at it the way that they have been on defense. Especially at Haven, where you have 3 spike sites to take care of, and the defense has been so much stronger here on Haven.
Really, though, I mean, every single time the offense looks like they've got, you know, a pretty good push going through, and the defense, both times here in overtime at the very least, has stepped up to the plate and overtaken. And wow, that's going to be an op v op. Offclaw going to take the win there. That's a big pick for against Harmony. Channy taking down 2Z. So now a 5v3, some panic sprays coming through. Channy with 2 more, and just a single player left. Equinox finally falling to Hey Skylar, and the advantage back in favor of the Minutemen.
The Minutemen are just wanting packs right now. You can feel it in their blood. They did not play this way in the upper final, Xander. They're playing out of their minds right now, and I'm here for it. So
I absolutely am too.
Timeout taken, as you probably expect here, as they want to close this out. And so, my goodness, what a turnaround it was. The comeback from 2Z Val, and you thought once that momentum kept rolling and rolling that they were just going to finish it out with the 13-11. But that wasn't the case. Sticking around and making this life difficult for 2Z has been Minuteman, and a chance to close out yet again for the second time this match.
Something interesting to note on that kill leaderboard for Valtuzi, the only positive player on their team is Rexgator. And it's still 14-13.
And that was just because of the last round. He got a double kill. And that's literally how it's been the entire time. But they still hang around. I don't know how they do that.
I'm not sure.
Definitely a balanced team, though, right? Because everybody can contribute in their own way.
Oh,
Everybody's great at the role that they've been bringing the entire night. So, I mean, that goes hand in hand. But it's also, you want a little bit more of the trades, too, right? Or you want a little bit more of the frags in order to really be a little bit more confident in your 1v1 abilities.
Teleport's ready.
That is a dangerous game, sitting at those frags and just thinking about it. Well, it's match point.
Once again.
Or game map point, rather, as Minutemen could force. Map 2. Job's there for Harmony. He will connect on that one. 2Z Val with the advantage right out the gates. As now they come out aggressively. Reese gets 1, follows it up with his second one on Offaclaw, the top fragger. And that'll be a great start again for the defense, as 2Z Val just holding on, and already hear this presence on C, so we'll go and check out and see what's happening over here.
Teleport's ready.
Meanwhile, pay no attention to the Killjoy in window. He's eyeballing B right now.
Oh boy, look out. Harmony continuing this. Now him and Reese both with 2 apiece and just need some service. The final player alive for the Minutemen here in the 4th overtime round. And all 4 rounds so far seeming to go in favor of
30
the
seconds
defense.
he hits the trap. It's the trademark from Chamber, and so now everybody will collapse on him at the same time and will absolutely dominate him. There's no escaping that. What an excellently placed
Switching
trademark.
sides. Overtime.
I was thinking if that was a word for a second. Excellent. I think it is. We'll go with it. We're gonna roll with it.
Wow, and you can just see Harmony there, you know, top frag for Valtuzzi, but also just getting in the thick of it, 25 and 25. I think 8 more deaths than the next teammate, and that's just a frontliner right there.
Yeah.
Somebody willing to get into the mix and take care of business.
Xander, mark my words, the next one to win, the next team to win in attack rounds will win overall. It's been all defense, and this is why. Avaclaw, another pick here with the operator. Try to back out to allow the rotations to come around here. As you see, sprinting around is Janny to try to get
Oh, here comes Harmony.
It's down from Rex. That is a step in the right direction for attackers here as 2C. That's one step more than we've seen in the past. But the retake is imminent. As 2C, Equinox get both of them! And that's the attack round win that we were looking for. Now they'll go back on their confident defense at match point.
Match point.
I mean, that's a huge play from Equinox. Wow.
Insane.
I mean, Harmony getting too early in that round, I think. And then it just, you know, turned into that 3v3, but Equinox stepping up and getting some of those finishing kills. And you said it. Hey, I am marking your words. You said the first team to get that offensive win is going to be the victor here, and I think that stands good, like pretty strong statement as 4 wins have gone to the defense, 1 to the offense. So it's going to be up to the Minutemen to respond here. Now in round number 30, Bear.
And so they wait. Let things develop on the defensive side. A super aggressive position here. On the defensive side, on the C side, as Harmony able to take out one now. And now it's almost a countdown. Needs some service. We'll tag one directly back, though. Maybe that's on Tuesday, who's been great on Jet.
But look out for that op lane. Ooh, boy.
A little shoulder peek. Harmony able to get another one while the plant was going down. Almost connected on that one, but now the defense down in numbers. So they're down to a 2v3. Opportunity. Avaclaw gonna miss the shots here, though. Equinox back and forth. The attacker's gonna win again. So maybe I was wrong. Both of these teams go back and forth.
And we go on, Bear, 15-15.
That is unreal work.
I don't know what adjustments the Minutemen made from the winners finals, but man, they are looking absolutely competitive right now. And I mean, they're looking like the equals of at Valtuzzi. And so far in this game, they absolutely are.
Yeah. When Avaclaw goes down, you expect that maybe that's the end of things, and especially when Harmony was hitting his shots the way he was. He'll go directly back into the operator, by the way, or back to the operator, rather. And we play on. Launch back down, losing a lot of that health off the bat, though, is Tuesday. Maybe a max of 5 HP he's hanging out with, so Pets will rethink this B hold, as he knows a lot of them are coming this way. Just doesn't know exactly how many. Not full intel gathered on that exchange.
Flag it.
An idea of where they might be positioned here, as Garage is sealed from the defense.
Spike retreat.
And that'll be their cue. They'll move over to A site. Well, the only one that was holding the site was Channy, but the full rotation in Channy is all you need.
Down A.
3 kills will move it to a 4-on-1. Harmony will take out one in the process, but now they know where it is. It's inevitable. Sure enough, he will come out of his hiding spot. Skylar will take care of business, and now it's Minutemen one round away again from forcing a map 2.
Wow. What a rotation. And Channy, what a way to step up and just, you know, hold your lines and take down 3 almost instantaneously.
Map point.
I know, I'm holding my breath just as much as anybody else, and I'm like one of the 2 people that shouldn't be doing it right now.
Lot of intel gained as well from the defenders. So that's the problem. Minutemen have to do it from the attack. I know they won the attack last time, but how hard is it to win 2 of these attack rounds in a row? B-side's free if they know it. The thing is, they don't, so they're considering a C push. As Reese gets in their business as he jumped almost into Garden in order to get that pick. The pick was onto Garden. As now they decide to go B-side. It's the right decision, but they're taking a little bit too long as Reese has already rotated his way around, but he will be vastly outnumbered, and so he'll backtrack. The plant might go down, but Reese with the perfect timing to get around and get that pick. So now dark cover coming out from the front of sight. Reese trying to hold down himself. That's going to be tough when Z-Pets is doing what he does best. A couple of kills off a claw. We'll follow that one up as well. That's 3 in a row. And back and forth. Harmony gets 1-2. Needs some service. Able to trade 1.
Spike down.
A 1v1 Bear to decide if we go to extra games or extra rounds.
With Spike in hand, it'll be that 1v1. Spike down on C, and now you've given up your location. So it's up to Tuesday to try to come back. Well, how appropriate when the team is named after him. So can he be that presence? Time is all over the side of Minuteman as they're waiting back here. Rotating around is Tuesday. If he hits it now, he can bait him out, but needs some service, able to get the attack win. We're going to map 2.
Wow.
Minutemen, they stuck around. They had a lead for a majority of this map. In fact, they had the lead in this map until overtime was forced, Xander. That's crazy to me. And they were able to just keep with it, right?
In just a moment, I just said Harmony was 25-25. Finished the game 32-29. Like, just a brawler, that one, in the last couple of rounds.
It's so crazy. Man, oh man. I'm honestly shocked that we're going to the next round. Not because I didn't think Minutemen was talented, but just because, you know, the way that Tuesday had been playing, it was almost a safe bet to kind of count on the fact that they were going to pull it off. That being said, we will be heading to the next map here momentarily, and we get to see a map that we haven't seen here tonight as well to decide it all. One of my favorite maps here in Breeze. So we're going to take a quick break while we set up that lobby, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the finale. It's one map to decide it all here on the Stay Plugged In Network. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finals, the last map of it. It's the deciding map here. Zombie Xander joining me in the booth. My name is Bearlight for Breeze. We haven't seen this map here tonight, and a lot of the agent switches are going to be a little bit interesting too. We'll take a peek at those momentarily, but this last map has it all on the line. Winner walks away with $600. Second place wins $400. But more importantly, first place gets to go to PAX as well and compete for a $7,500 prize pool.
And on the PAX stage, oh my gosh, I've seen pictures of this thing. It is quite a place, and that's what they're playing for. They just went to 30+ rounds there, and now they get to settle it over a final map of the night. Couldn't ask for anything more in a stay plugged in competition. And wow, and this venue, Helix, my gosh.
Wonderful. It's such a great location here in Foxborough, right next to Gillette Stadium where the Patriots play. So it's a great location, and it's been just open, welcoming, and have to check it out if you're ever in the area. There's no doubt about that. So, round about to begin. We are here at Breeze, and the comps are not surprising whatsoever as far as who they chose. The classic Jet Viper, KO, Sova Chambers. Sometimes you'll see Sky in here for KO. Once in a while, but basically this is the comp you have to bring in. My shocker here is that Equinox was Omen, but elected to not go Smokes. Instead, Reese is going to hop on a Viper for Tuesday, which kind of caught me by surprise. Must be, I'm going to keep my eye on Reese and what he is capable of doing as Viper, because obviously that means that he must be a strong Viper.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a fan of mirror matchups because it really does kind of show the true level and how good some of these players are. And Tuesday just going to be sneaking off on that side, but Alpha Claw and Need Some Service are going to return 2 more. Rexicator going to turn into a 2v2. Z-Pets now a 1v1. Harmony taking down Need Some Service, and the one is going to be the Z-Pets. What a response there. Oh my gosh, in the middle of the defuse. Gonna take 2 down in that round and win it all. Wow.
Harmony doesn't lose those.
No,
he doesn't
that's
lose
so
those.
surprising.
Those are especially when he's on the defusal and he has nowhere to go. But I mean, credit Z-Pets.
That's insane.
Yeah, credit Z-Pets for that reaction time and in the presence of mind to jump off it at the exact right time. We talk about timing, FPS timing all the time. Well, that applies there. What a great way to finish that off in that 1v1. That was huge.
Wow, and Tuesday able to kind of just hold that little side corner there, just past the wall. Take down 2, but what a response by the defense to overcome those early picks. And now, with the lead here, as we see a little bit of pressure once again over on this B site. Defense knowing and gonna wall off very far backside. Be able to pop that up and hopefully deny a little bit of vision, and there it goes up, and have to push through that. And the defense, Harmony with 3, Harmony with 4, Tuesday with the 5th, and what a sweep there.
Yeah, okay, so Harmony makes a little bit of a mistake in round 1 and then just jumps back with that performance.
Yeah.
That was so fitting. You could tell he was upset about his mistake. Instead of letting that linger, he jumped out and fixed the issue ×4. So, I mean, excellent job to respond there from Harmony. It was obviously needed too, and in a round that you're technically not supposed to win there too. So, a great time to pop off.
That's the second time that's happened as well. You know, they equalized the second round, and you don't see that very often, like I said before. And the fact that they will do it twice, we know this squad is super close. They've been super even in this grand finals. Alphaclaw taking down Harmony, that's a big pick. Rexicator taking down Chan. 3v4 in favor of the offense. Defense going to need to find a way to respond here as rotations coming down.
1 enemy remaining.
And that is going to be some swift kills, denying the defense retake.
Yeah, well played here, and so it'll be the attack that goes to 0, pending some kind of miracle. When you're sitting with a glass, you might be able to try to pick off somebody, right? You're not
right.
saving anything,
Yeah,
right?
can't damage your economy at all, really. So.
Except for maybe save face a little bit. You know you're gonna get destroyed walking in, and all eyes are on you for that last little bit. But either way, the attack will move to 2-0. So 2Z off to a strong start.
But you know what you can do is try and deny a little bit of economy on the other side of the ball. So
that's right. That's right.
I mean, it's really you go in and you die and nothing lost, but you go in and get a kill, something gained. So
no doubt,
worthwhile effort.
Yeah, it's you should.
Yeah.
There's no reason
You
not
want
to,
to play? Let's play.
Well, you hear it, the tour de force out. For the defense, and well, Rex, try to get some insight as much as you can. There's the Viper wall. The only wall in the game is the toxic screen that goes all the way across sides. This is why they always bring in Vipers. It's a need. It's a must-have in your comp. It's the only wall in the game that's gonna split an entire site here on Breeze. The sites are so wide and open. And that's how they're able to get the plant down here.
Last player standing.
Force the defense to try and push through theirs that's placed on the far side. That's going to be a nice pick from Z-Pets, but not enough time to make a difference. I'm going to try and honestly just sit here and save that operator as the defuse is, there's the offense just running away from their own site, and everybody's going to try and save a little bit of cash here.
Yeah, it's sad the only pick he really got there, Z-Pets did, was on somebody who popped the ult to the Tour de Force, which means he didn't buy in that round.
Yeah.
I don't believe so. That being said, he didn't really take any econ damage by losing, Harmony in the process there. If nothing else, you just stopped his kill streak that he's been having over the past couple of rounds. So I guess that's, take it for what it's worth there. 3-1 now for the attack of 2Z Val.
Anyone have funds to
As
spare?
I look for a different approach here to this one, so I like this setup because they're stacking A for the most part. With that being said, a good lockdown. They'll use Viper Pit defensively here to deny access from B main. And what a time to do that when they were all lining up for that B push. They must have had great comms to know where they were going to go next. So Minutemen able to lock this down by the smart play to use it defensively from needs and service.
That was insane, and having the judge out to boot, knowing that they've got limited visibility in there, and you're just saying, hey, come on, step into my web.
Good luck, because I'm the only one that can see through this, me and my team.
Yeah, and it turned them completely away.
Just waiting here, lingering with the judge. His needs and service within it. And of course, that's the right play. Saves him on the econ. Just be in your pit in the process. Skylar's going to try to get a couple picks, being very sneaky here, coming through Hall in order to do it. But look, as Rex kind of felt that presence coming and said, hey, if you come out here, we're going to know about it.
I love this little cat and mouse game going over on the Viper Pit too. It's they're just trying to feel out what's going on, and if they're able to push through, then that's going to be huge, and that's going to be Jet pushing, maybe able to get an advantage.
Wow.
But Z-Pets, oh my goodness, taking down 2Z, and it's going to force retreat from B. Unbelievable stand.
And that's what that'll do for you. So a great time to choose the B site to lock down using your ult.
That Viper Pit set the entire pace for that. I mean, it completely shut down that stack on B. And all of a sudden, you're kind of wondering, all right, well, we kind of committed to this side. And the Viper Pit just stayed there the entire round as it was a pinch point with a judge. You can't push through that. What else are you going to do? Wow, that was huge. And it was timed so perfectly.
Yeah, and the comms come in handy too, because once you deny B, all you have is, one person on operator watching mid from the peak, right? And so from heaven, so they had no other choice there, and it was just a lockdown. When Viper, first really saw her first pro play, Viper's Pit was used just on, spiked plants and diffusals, right, for the most part. So recently added to the meta was to lock down an entire choke point, so that way you can't get through. And you're right, Sander, that set the pace, set the tone, if you will, for that entire round. It was large reason why they're able to pull back within one. Harmony with an off shot, able to take and find Aqua. And now rotation imminent. As they will try mid. Standoff won by Z-Pets, but then traded directly out from Acrodox.
Harmony's been such an effective
Last player
slayer,
standing.
though, that I assumed that was going to have a larger impact with that one pick trading out. And now you just see one player left on the defense. Need some service. Gonna recognize
Spike planted.
plant now and see exactly what moves want to be made here as 4 members of the offense still standing. And this is interesting moment as I'm not sure if he knows whether or not he wants to push through as well. And it's looking like just going to hang out here and sacrifice a round.
Yeah, like eyeballing the op here and trying to look through in case they go through mid. But that's going to be the case. They're just going to kind of play it safe themselves, not wanting to get picked off as they look to continue this momentum. And so need some service will save, and so will the attack, as none of them will be picked off. Round 1, easy work of that A site based on the fake rotation to B, and that really helped out when they knew they could just take A site by storm.
100% now at Valtuzzi. Sorry, at Tuzi Val with the 2-round lead, and defender's going to take just a minute to really figure out ways to not bleed any more rounds here in the early game.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the fans are going to Twitter and finding at Valtuzzi, which is the wrong way around. Oh my goodness! Defenders did call this timeout. The coach says we need to kind of talk this over here. Obviously, this is a very important match, very important game rather, map. So
the most important game.
Well, of course, you know what I'm saying. So we'll take a time to think it over here, especially when you're down by 2. And that must indicate, especially an early timeout like this, that you were confident in your defense going in, but it clearly hasn't gravitated that way. Where are we at, right? What's the point? What's the weak point? How do we cover that weak point, and how do we play to our strengths?
So, we'll find out if the timeout helps. Start. This is a tense moment for the defense.
Suppressing.
Don't want to fall any further behind against teams that have battled so hard. Number 1, Tuzi taking the first kill against Easy Service.
That 0 point was everything. Tossed it on site, and no more util available for the one person that was trying to lock down that site. And because of that, they're able to jump on easily, and that's why they have the numbers here. But coming from arches are 3 more, not to mention from mid too. So still top 4 alive and available. Plus the opposing jet is super low on HP, so not impossible, but again another toxic screen to kind of work around.
And that toxic screen is, I mean, Viper has been so strong at stalling out games and stalling out a game plan. And because of this wall, you can't really push through without knowing where the enemy is going to be at. And that's going to be another round for the attackers as the stall works yet again.
Yeah, the Viper, that's why Viper is in this map every single time. I thought Reese was doing a great job with that Viper pit to deny,
Here, on my
and
way.
then needs some service with that wall as well. Kind of returns the favor in a way, or other way around. Needs some service with the lockdown on defense. And of course, you see Reese, and one of the reasons why you saw that interesting switch for Reese, moving from Sky, and then moving over to KO, and then moving to Silva, to Viper, a true flex here in Reese, just playing whatever the team needs, and in this case, playing it really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blocking sight.
That's such an important thing. That's the second time we've seen that move.
No charges left.
Tuzi's able to get a pick for it. Was able to last round, but silence here so far. Potentially, I didn't actually see which of the defenders was taken down by which of the attackers.
It all just happened so fast.
It all just happened so fast, exactly.
They come around through cave is Reese as he waits for the rest of his team to join him, but they don't look and check the corner there.
Spike
Channing able to get
down A.
one, but that's all that it wrote. That's all is in the cards. Opakwa able to get a snipe, and with
Spike
the op, no
planted.
surprise there. He's been great on it all nights, but just trying to seek out where they might be. And no surprise here, that it's a blazing cloud from Viper
One
that's
enemy
going to
remaining.
go ahead and cause some separation here. But that being said, the defuse is going to be underway. One kill out. Rexgear was able to get that second one on the one defusing, but hey, Skylar will get this win and a sigh of relief here for Minutemen, because that could have gotten bad really quick.
Oh, absolutely. Now just down two, and Rexgator almost pulling out the clutch there. Taking down two of the big slayers here. Skylar on the defuse, just as the same as I believe it was Z-Pets in round number 1.
Yeah.
Quickly recognizes that his teammates need some help and take down Rexgator for the win.
Toxic screens as you see them on your screen. Defense using to cut off mid, but attack looking to cut off the defense there on A side. Reese has a couple of picks in the process, one on Channing, one on Z-Pets, who did get Equinox on the process, or in the process, while he is trying to find a position to be in. Opakwa able to get an off
down
shot.
A.
We'll take off the Al drone as well. That's out of the equation, but the attack right on site, and the toxic screen should go up here
Spike
momentarily.
planted.
Just kidding, Viper has been killed, so that will not be an option for them. As now the defense is on site. They have no idea Tuzi's here. Will they check the left corner? They do not. That's a mistake. But he did not connect early, and that was still enough chance for them to go. But, oh my goodness. Don't let Tuzi in that corner to just take care of business. I thought he took too long, but clearly that was not the case.
I mean, I don't think anybody expected him to be there, and so the fact that he missed a couple of his first shots didn't matter because they weren't sure exactly where the player was. And quick 3 kill for the win there, and now up 3 rounds, 6-3 as we move into round number 10.
That had to go back to comms, I believe, because Tuzi should have gotten a one-tap on the first one as he took his time to try to get that pick, and it didn't hit it the first time, so had to end up spraying towards the end, and then was able to pick up the next 2 relatively quickly, but not as quickly as I'd like to see in order to really be successful. But hey, hold it off nonetheless, and here we are at this 6-3 standpoint. Harmony going to get the first pick here too. They'll move quickly on to site. But Tuzi gets another kill as Channy, I thought, was going to pick up a second one, but is denied by Tuzi again, who's been stepping up their game. Service, trying to spam through wall, only has a sheriff to do it, so perfect timing, by the way, by Viper, but it doesn't matter as Z-Pet's able to jump right back into the equation, gets another one too. He sees them at a distance, but knowing that they're close, and it was suppressed. What a play there from Equinox to not only get the 0 point landed to suppress the abilities, but also follows it up with the pick, and then the last one as well. Needs some service, and they'll move to 7 rounds 1, and in the right direction. If you move into the half, you know, at a 9-3 count, you're feeling pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. That Tuzi Val, I mean, they're playing like they were in the winners bracket finals, and
anyone have funds to spare?
it's continuing to be.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
If you're playing against them, you have to continue with perfection to be able to overcome. And I hope that the Minutemen are able to continue pushing through and starting to put together some of those clutch plays that got them here in the first place, but they haven't played on this map yet tonight until now, and actually nobody has. This is a little bit foreign territory as pushing through, and defense with the 1 kill advantage here. 5-4.
Toxin screen
I love
down.
that play by Reese to toss down that that toxic screen to force back the defense there.
Oh, 2Z is a little out of position. And a couple of trades going out. Now
Spike
just
down
3-2-2-2. Harmony with a nice pick on the op. And
One enemy
oh my
remaining.
goodness, here comes Channy as Harmony going to need to figure out what the next decision is with 2 defenders still alive, and the hunt may continue.
Not much you can do here except for get that one perhaps, but unfortunately the first one doesn't connect. And if you don't hit the first one, Channy's going to clean that up easily. And so they'll pull back within 3.
Last
Not a bad
round
job
before the
there
switch.
from the defense to stay put. I did like some of the approaches there. Like I mentioned, Reese trying to force C-Pets back towards the back of B while they rotated around. But the thing is, they did not win their trades at mid. And when the spike goes down at mid, you give yourself a very, very high uphill battle.
Oh yeah, and now within 3, last round before the swap. So again, we're going to be resetting here, switching sides.
You want to play? Let's play.
And are going to be able to perform on offense. There's already a pick going down onto Channy, with the place from Upperclaw going down, or taking down Reese and then going down. And now 3v3. Man, those initial engagements just firing off so quickly. And now needs some service. Bested by Rexgator.
And if the attack wins here, they won from strategy alone. And I'll get that in just a second, as we know that a fight is imminent from this last little bit. Harmony able to get that toward before us to land on Hey Skylar. We'll look for another one perhaps, as the out drone did locate one. They'll get around the corner and Harmony will finish it out by a hair. Maybe hit the hand with the Tour de Force, but it doesn't matter where you land that shot, you still get the kill. And the attack there, or 2Z Val, who's now the defense, moves to 8-4 on that one. Xander, I want to rewind to the Viper play here, where it worked last time, where you use the Viper Pit to deny B, an entry through B, through the choke point. And the thing is, that was the last time that he used Viper Pit. So you know that he's going to have it again on defense. So what do? Well, you know that B is going to be denied because they used that same play earlier. So you're going to go ahead and swing around to A and go ahead and attack on that one, wasting essentially the Viper utility and just jumping on directly on the site for a wise play there for the attack and 2Z Val. So love that smart play, and that's a big reason why they go into the half at 8-4.
Yeah, I mean, that's reading and adapting to your opponent mid-game, which is not always easy to do, but you've seen such an impactful play from earlier, and being able to react to that, knowing that basically got to throw it all out there, and if they've got it, they're probably going to use it, and the last time it was used so effectively was on that B site. So I totally agree with your analysis, and it's a nice little realization to break that down. Thank you, Bear.
Appreciate you, man. It means the world. It means the world to me. Attack now gonna rotate out towards B, as Minutemen trying to show what they're capable of on this side. They will not be chased down either, as it looks like 2Z Val believes for a fact that Minutemen fake rotated to come back to it, but that's not the case, as the spike will go on to B. They realize that it's wide open here, and now an exchange, as Skylar is so patient here, but still just looking towards box. Does he even know that Harmony's behind him now? Did he just get around him for no reason, and now he's chasing him? But a little bit too late. Oh, no, it's not. He does get the kill eventually, but that was one of the most awkward passes I think I've seen in a long time. Neither one of them knew that they were there.
Just passing in the night.
That's kind of funny. Z-Pets will finish the job for the attackers here, so a good jump back out for Minutemen as they're able to pull it back within 3 here.
And that's huge. You win that first one. If you're able to, you know, prevent 2Z Val to, you know, from getting that equalizer round in essentially what is the second round of the half, then you start clawing back a little bit, because you currently have the advantage here in the second round. And They need to right now convert it into a round or two.
Agreed. That being said, you know for a fact that Harmony has Headhunter, which will be a amped up Sheriff, so of course he's going to pull that out and then save some econ in the process. Plant will go down very quickly here for a Minutemen. Now the exchanges try an attempt of exchanges from the backside. 2Z does get one. Microdog's looking around, cannot really discover anybody because of all the smoke on site. Courtesy of Jet with
one
the
enemy
offers.
remaining.
That one's going to be returned though off a claw on 2Z. Gonna try to do the same thing Microdog's and does do it. Harmony trying to go for it, but they're able to pull it off. What in the world, Harmony? The Headhunter from a distance, from range. Impressive work, Thrifty. So, you said hopefully Minutemen can pull that one off. That might have been the decider there as 2Z Val with a huge round win.
Once again, and it's crazy because Minutemen have been the ones that have won all the pistol rounds, but then with superior weaponry, turn around and lose a lot of Thrifty rounds in that second time. And oh my goodness, what a response. I'm flabbergasted at how well they're able to come back in round twos of halves.
That seems to be the case. It doesn't matter. Pistol round, obviously the chamber helps with the Headhunter, and there, of course, it did at the very end. So you're never out of it with the chamber. That's why chambers brought to just about every single map that you can imagine. And unfortunately, a lot of other agents have lost their place in the meta because of it. Or is it unfortunate? Because, I mean, chamber's just so strong right now.
Well, I mean, it provides free guns, so...
and a jump and a teleport, by the way. Like,
super strong.
Agreed.
One
That one-on-one, that duel, if you will, is won by Harmony.
Not to mention you put, you know, a champ like that, an agent like that, in the hands of somebody like Harmony, who is so effective at utilizing all the teleports, the aiming, the weapons, and now we have a 10-5 advantage for 2Z Val. This is...
It's time. I think it's, they're starting to figure it out.
They're starting to figure it out. They're starting to roll in Harmony, 19-9, 2Z 15-9. And the rest of the squad following it up with plenty of assists to boot. Everybody putting in work here to gain the advantage. They want to go to PAX. They want to be on that main stage and fight for the $7,500 prize pool.
Man, I really wish that we had a camera here at Helix to watch the absolute determination on their faces. For one of these teams, they'll be advancing to PAX tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Tune into the PAX Arena channel on Twitch to check out their reactions there, because they will be advancing to that point in time. It could be 2Z Val here because they're relatively close. But if momentum shifts to Minutemen, which we've seen before in the past as well, it will be theirs. This map determines it. And so right now it's a standoff here at mid as they try and figure out life here. The determination, also a bit of timidness in a way as it's manifested.
Down mid. One enemy
Drags
remaining.
Gator able to follow up again. It'll be a 4-on-1 now.
Revealing area.
And left all by themselves right now is Channy from a distance. Plenty of util to work with, but not a whole lot of hope. Yes, 2Z, gonna come by and finish the job here, make it 11-5 and just 2 rounds away from winning.
Oh man, and they can start to, you know, really taste it at this point. They're so close. And the attackers, you know, just I don't, maybe taste wasn't the right word.
You couldn't see it, but yeah, we move on.
Bear licked an imaginary trophy.
It's now timeout active for the attackers here, and obviously this is the point where you have to use it now, as Econ's hurting a whole bunch. It's a discussion of, do we save now? If we save, then it's going to be match point for at least how many rounds? for 7 rounds.
All of them.
At least 7 rounds after that, right? And so do you force buy here? And even the force buy is not looking too promising. Obviously, you have a chamber, so you can kind of return the favor. I'm not sure where the tour de force is so far right now, right, for their side. So Minutemen and Z-Pets, can't remember when that was last used or pulled, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But that might save you a little bit of econ here to perhaps get a force buy out here, but we'll have to wait and see, as this round will be everything for both sides.
Teleport's ready. You want to get to that match point, and if you're the Minutemen, you absolutely need to win this and many more. So a lot on the line for the Minutemen. Wow, what a shot from Tuzi to open up this round. Harmony following it up, and Z-Pet's finally taking one down. But this is already a disadvantage for the attackers, as they don't have the numbers.
Oh, Z-Pet
stepping up, perhaps.
That is clutch with the tour de force to even grounds.
Oh,
True Dogs, though. No angles. No, that's 2.
Spike down A.
Suzy Val just 1 away now. As all they have to do is challenge. Left on an island is Z-Pets, and they get that final kill.
Ecridox stepping up on that side of the door.
Match point it is.
And a match point for the tournament.
There it is. Such a big win there. A good challenge, though, nonetheless. They were hanging around. Courtesy of Z-Pets, who used that tour de force to keep it as close as they did. But now that just might as well do it here. Pending a miracle. Tuzi began the onslaught there early in that round, followed up by the rest of his team in such a back-to-back manner, as they had support for every single challenge. And that's the way that they played all night long. The only map that they dropped tonight was the last map that we saw.
And it went to 31 rounds.
Just about. I don't know if that's an accurate number, but yes, it felt that way for sure.
Oh, it was 16-14, right? 30.
Wow, you're right.
Spike down B.
Or maybe it was 32. Either way, it went long.
Trades now, we're down to 2 apiece, 2 each side. The trades were everything. 0 point on Offaclaw 2. Now is the time to strike if you can, but Ecrudox could not quite jump on it when the time was needed, and so we'll stay back in arches, but Z-Pets has a strong feeling. I think he's right that they're going to come from mid as well. What a shot there from Z-Pets. Trying to keep them alive now.
30 seconds
He
left.
will need to get the plant down to Z in a 1v2 on the retake. Here's it go down twice, so they're trying to bait him in. Z-Pets has an idea where Tuzi is. We'll try to spam through walls to get there. And if he pulled the trigger a couple more times, he might have gotten him for a few HP. Tuzi sneaking around.
Blocking sight.
Cloudburst there trying to bait them in, but that was not the right move, as you just gave yourself away. I think he was banking on the fact that they thought that he was going to jump into his own Cloudburst, right? Like he's done over and over again, and maybe thought he was going to be predictable. But if you do that, maybe you use the sound cue by jumping to the side, right? And really baiting them in. I think that would have been the better play if that was the intention. So I'm going to chalk it up as a mistake there. And so now keeping some life to them is Minutemen, but at least just a small lifeline, right? It's just a small chance here.
I mean, it's got to be perfection for 6 more rounds. And then on top of that, then they have to battle in overtime. So it's a tall order for any team, no matter who you are. So, you know, let's see what they're able to mount. But this first pick is going to tell a very large story as to how the rest of the round might go.
Reese has Viper's Pit in hand as well, I believe. And what that means is, if that's accurate, is that you can lock down B side, and all it takes is that one lock them down on B. Or, you know, Harmony from a distance on Z-Pets, the one that's been clutch. That's 3 for Harmony.
Down, attacker spawn.
That was insane as he goes back to back to back. And now a chance to close out from a distance. Off a claw, able to get back on, but Reese will get one on Need Some Service. And now let's step across. Off a claw going to keep them alive for now. Minutemen with a prayer, but it's going to be ended by Reese.
Defenders win.
And your champions in heading to PAX East tomorrow. It'll be at 2Z Val. What?
Oh my gosh. And what a dominant performance for most of the night. I mean, they went 3-0 to make it to the grand finals, dropped their very first map in the grand finals in that 32-round game in game number 1, and then turned it around, said, hey, you know what? We know this map, and we're going to dominate 13-6. And Harmony and 2Z leading the way, 25-13 and 18-11. I mean, you can't say enough about the response from the Minutemen, though, right? I mean, the way that they knew that they had pretty much been outclassed in a lot of ways in the winners finals, and to bounce back and fight neck and neck in game number 1, they may have just ran out of steam.
Yeah, and on Haven, by the way, it was that comeback, right, which was kind of reminiscent of the winners final. Had a bad taste in your mouth going back onto that map and still fighting through that. So definitely a valiant effort here. Oh, that had to happen. Of course that had to happen. A Valorant effort here for them.
Gosh.
That's what they're playing, right? Oh my. Minutemen did their best here, but 2Z Val was a little bit too strong. They'll be the winner of the $600 here today, and they'll also be moving to the PAX Showcase, and that'll be happening tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. So congratulations to them. But Minutemen not walking away empty-handed either. They'll be walking away with the $400 second place prize.
And not too shabby for a day's worth of Valorant. I mean, they've definitely been here all afternoon, practicing, warming up, battling it out, and it came down to the final 2 teams in, I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better grand finals there.
Yeah, excellent job to really stick with your game plan, right? Because it didn't seem like it was going quite right with Haven, but they were able to fight back themselves in force and overtime in that map to begin with, that first map, and then took care of business at the very end, like we knew where they were capable of. I don't think anybody's surprised that they came back and won this one. Just a well-balanced effort from all of their teammates. When Harmony needed to step up, Harmony was there. When 2Z needed to, he was clutch. I mean, anybody could step up at any given time. Even Rex Gator, we saw a whole lot out of him too, and Reese with some solid Viper play there too. We didn't call his name very much, but when it mattered the most, he was very effective playing Viper on, of course, that pivotal last map. So, I mean, just a great ending to a wonderful day here at Helix.
Absolutely, and that's not all for this competition at all. I mean, for one, you guys definitely go check out the PAX stream tomorrow, but also, you guys want to watch some Rocket League? We've got a whole nother round of games tomorrow here in the Helix Arena, and these guys are going to be duking it out for, I think, a $1,500 prize pool this time around. So definitely going to want to check that one out as well.
That's right. $1,200 goes to first place for Rocket League tomorrow. It'll be $300 to second place. So first place winner will walk away with quite a penny. For tomorrow in the PAX Arena, we have 7 teams that will be lined up. It will actually be 14 on their ends. They'll go down to 7, and then, of course, we'll have at 2Z Val joining them in the top 8 in order to compete there.
Get
in
an
that
easier
bracket.
Twitter handle.
Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We both have messed it up over the course of today. So, hey, listen, 2Z, we love you, man. I promise. And we look forward to seeing you at the PAX Arena tomorrow. Final thoughts here on the day, Xander.
This is great. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait. I hope I get an opportunity to tune in a little bit for your cat. He's going over to Fast to cast that as well, so it's going to be amazing stuff. And I'll be right here on the Stay Plugged In Network doing the Rocket League. So good day.
Awesome stuff for sure. And you should join us as well on the Stay Plugged In Network tomorrow, like Xander said. Make sure to catch that as well. The action begins at 10:30 a.m., so make sure to mark your Google Calendar, I guess. I don't know. What do you set an alarm? Did you set an alarm for something like that? Either way, we'll see you at 10:30 next time, all right? Everybody have a great night from Foxborough, Massachusetts. We love you. See you next time.